Hello. Hopefully the stream's okay and you can hear me. I'm just checking now. Sorry, I'm not late, but usually I start a bit earlier, but I was a bit rushed for time. But I'm here now, so I'm just setting things up. I'm not going to start just yet. Cool. That's exactly what I want. A communication error. Hello, everybody. I'm just getting started. There's something I need to do before I start though, because I want to try something for when we eventually start. Grinding. Oh, why is the thumbnail for that gone? Hang on, I need to adjust things. 2 seconds. Oh, I love streaming on OBS. It goes right every time. Oh, the subtitle is the thumbnail. The thumbnail is there. Can people check? Is the thumbnail for this stream a picture of Bison standing on Ed's arm from his critical art? Because that's what I said it as, but when I look at it on my channel, it's just my banner of like the Third Strike arcade posters. So I don't know if that's just a weird thing on my end or if it's actually like that. If people could let me know, that'd be great. Right, the other thing I want to do. It was at first. Damn it. Okay. It's pretty easily fixable. Well, it says there. That's really weird. I don't know why it's. I don't know why it's doing that. Because when I go on the YouTube studio, it has it as that thumbnail because I made that thumbnail for it the other day. But when I actually go on my channel, yeah, it just has it as the Third Strike poster. That's so weird. Oh well, I don't know why it's done that. I suppose it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but that's very weird. Okay, so the thing I want to try first before we start. Yeah, I'm very unprepared. I thought I would have had more time to get all this stuff started, but I didn't. So that's on me. So I just want to. Just want to go through some stuff. I need like a 2 hour long one. This will make sense in a second. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try something to make the grinding on the world tour a bit more bearable for everybody to watch instead of just watching me go back and forth on that fucking train. Did it work? Cool. That's cool. This has gone amazingly well. Right, that's not really worked, has it? Yeah, I can't even do anything with that. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh my god. I fucking hate YouTube. Honest to God, I hate them. Well, that didn't work, so never mind. I'm trying to basically. I was gonna have Third Strike matches playing in the corner while we grinded the train. But clearly YouTube isn't gonna be happy with me doing that. So there is one more thing I could probably do, but it's gonna look weird. That one? Oh yeah, that is very weird.
You know why you have to? Why you have to? Okay, let me shut up.
Yeah, sorry, just bear with me, guys. This is... I've never... I really wish it wasn't the whole entire thing. Like, I wish I could just get this part of it. Okay, that's not gonna work. Okay, never mind. I tried, I failed. I'll try again when I've got more time, when I'm not literally got everybody sat here waiting. Okay, sorry, I've not read the chat at all while that's all been going on. Sorry if people have been saying stuff or asking me stuff. I've literally not... I've not seen anything. I can try and probably get the chat up too. Ugh. Oh, also, I realised the other day I actually forgot that in this game you have the rental tickets. So I realised I don't actually have to spend money on Bison to play as arcade. I'm just going to use a rental ticket, which I was very happy to realise that I don't actually have to spend money on this character. Yeah, so, hello. Welcome to probably the one day I was dreading the most for this game. The day that M.Bison returned. Did I think it was going to be this soon? Hell no. But, alas, here we are. Yeah, we're just going to go and just try and keep an open mind. I have heard some stuff that I'm not happy with, but we'll go through it as we go along. So... let's just go for it and just see how it goes. That'll do.
Check it out. Some old geezer sleeping by the dumpster. Oh, gross. The dude's naked, too. Must have gotten mugged or something. What a loser. What's your deal, old man? Hey, hang on. We didn't... We weren't looking for trouble. Promise.
Oh, so it's literally just Terminator. That's kind of funny, to be honest. It's cool, but it's funny at the same time.
The hell are you? Who am I? Who I am? I do not remember.
Okay, so he does have amnesia then.
That being said, no matter how many street rats like you I crush, my hunger cannot be satiated. No! I may not know who I am, but what I desire is crystal clear. So long as I follow this hunger inside of me, I will eventually find the one who will fulfill me.
Who's more than likely Ryu.
I will be whole again.
Or maybe Ed or whoever, the other Psycho Power people, but he probably means Ryu. I still maintain my main issue with Bison is that I like visually everything that they're doing with him. Like, we'll have to see story-wise fully, but like my main issue is I just hate that he's this soon. If they had done him in like the last season or the second to last season, I'd have had no problem really. I'd have been like, cool, yeah, like whatever. But the fact he's like not only season 2, but like they admitted that like him being in the game like so soon was like planned from the beginning. It's just so insane to me. Like it just sums up perfectly every issue I have with like the current writing of Street Fighter and just the issues with it. Like it just sums it up so perfectly. I just realized if he stole that guy's clothes, does that mean that random thug from Metro City had a Shadaloo insignia belt? You know, I've just realised that. Like, if he stole those clothes from some random guy, why did that guy have like the Shadaloo S insignia? You know. It's quite fun, actually. I will buy him eventually, but like I just can't really be bothered now. So, oh, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Yeah, it'll probably be a long one because most of it is going to be spent grinding the train, which is just my favorite thing to do in this game. That was sarcasm, in case that wasn't clear. That doing that train drives me insane. I've actually not played him at all, so as I can tell by me using a rental ticket, so I actually don't know any of his super art inputs. But okay, yeah, that makes sense. I've heard Scissor Kick or something like that is apparently like disgustingly good. Is it that one? Is it the double knee? I've heard people say something about like scissor kick or something. I don't know what move that is, but apparently that is like people are saying apparently it's like really like grossly good. Oh, double knee press. Okay. As you can tell, I don't really play Bison, so I don't know the ins and outs or the names or something like that. I just pick up what people say on Twitter, to be honest. Ah, okay, got you. Just call it scissor kicks. Yeah, that makes sense. So what was double knee press then? Ah, okay. Oh yeah, because I remember people saying that were pissed that they made it a motion. That's the one. Because it used to be a charge move. Cool. And that went perfectly good. Damn. I hate they brought back his like the hand jerking animation from idle stance from Street Fighter 2. Like I hate that animation so much. Like where it looks like he's just I can't do it because Lily's kicking my ass, but like, it just looks like he's just jerking the air. Like it's worse in Street Fighter 2, but like I hate that they brought it back. I much prefer his pose from 5. I think Alpha did he have that? Did he have that stance in Alpha? I don't even remember.
M.Bison wins.
Yeah, I can't remember. To be honest, it's been so long since I've even played Alpha. I don't think I've really properly played it since I probably did all the videos on it a while ago. Yeah, the one where he's just shaking his fist. Like I don't know why. It's always just looked so silly to me. Like he's just jerking off the air. Like it's just I hate it. It just looks so stupid. Yeah, apparently I've heard they don't even mention the horse's name, which is odd because I'm pretty sure Nakayama said that like you will find out the horse's name in his World Tour stuff, but like apparently you just don't, which is really weird. Like why he would say you could if apparently nobody knows what it's called. Maybe people haven't found out yet, but yeah, I thought that was weird. My response, it's one of those things where it kind of goes into what I said earlier, where it's like my main issue with Bison isn't so much that he's back. I think he was always going to come back because it's at the end of the day it is Bison. My issue is that he's back so soon. Like I really feel like, and not even just in terms of Bison, I just feel like just in terms for like other characters. Like I think it's such a waste to have him back so soon because there's so many other characters that like are linked to Bison that we just never saw their perspective of like how they what they've been doing since Street Fighter 5 when Bison was supposedly dead for good, like and all that stuff. Like Vega, obviously I know Vega shows up in his World Tour stuff. It is pretty much like almost confirmed to be coming in a future season, if not season 3. So like that to me is a shame in terms of like people that don't know the lore. Like I wouldn't say they're technically wrong, but I think it's a very great. I think it's a very kind of short-sighted way of seeing it. It's not so much that people think he shouldn't come back. It's come on, oh you're kidding me. It's not so much that people are like, oh, he shouldn't come back. It's just it shouldn't come back so soon. So it's like, yeah, so it's weird, but that would basically be my response. It's like, you're not wrong, but at the same time, like, I kind of I would hope you would kind of think about it or kind of like be open to it a bit more than just like, oh well, he always comes back. It's like, yeah, but you don't just have to bring him back the exact same way you've brought him back every other time. Like, you could have done something a bit different this time. You could have done it a bit more interesting. And so far, like, I think this is interesting, kind of just throwing back like Bison back into this world with no memory of anything. I think that's interesting, but knowing from the stuff I've heard that he basically World Tour just brings back Shadaloo, like that's lame as hell to me.
Unknown. Who am I? And what is this place?
Is it going to be JP or Ed? I don't think it's going to be Ryu. I think Ryu's a bit too soon. I'm going to go with JP.
Why have I been...
Or it could be Ed, actually, because it is the Shadaloo base stage. So I'll pause there, because what you just said there, Chris, is fair. Yeah, like, if you're going to push a new generation, commit to it. Yeah, I just think the problem with Capcom at the moment with this game is that, like, the issue, I think, is that, like, they now have multiple new generations, and they're not pushing any of them. Like, they're not pushing the original new generation, and they've kind of already started to sideline the new generation, so it's kind of like... It is the big problem I have with this game story is that, like, I mean, I do have a video I am thinking about doing where I kind of just go into this a bit more, but it is just kind of like when you do a story like this, to me, it's like when you're moving past what was essentially a blockade for so long in Third Strike in terms of something that Capcom just didn't move past. When you finally move past that, it's exciting because you can finally progress, you can finally move forward. And that's what they were starting to do with like JP and showcasing how all these characters, were dealing with the fact that, Bison's gone. Like, some of them got over it and started to actually, live happier lives, like Chun-Li. Some of them didn't get over it, and some of them, handled it poorly, like Jury. I think that was really interesting. And then you had the stuff with JP, and they've just gone backwards now. Like, we've moved backwards. Bison's back, Shadaloo's back. It's the same status quo we've had in every other game, like, since at least 4, if not 2 or Alpha, and it's just, like, I'll get into it more as we go through it in World Tour, as it starts popping up, but yeah, I think at the end of the day, I just don't think they want to commit to anything that isn't just Street Fighter 2, at the end of the day. I think that's just the bluntness of it, really.
What is this yearning? This power?
Yeah, like, there's just no way they don't do, like, majority Street Fighter 2 at this point, like, in every game. Like, I fully, like, at this point, like, Street Fighter 7's base roster, I think, is actually probably going to be more boring than 6's. 100% you're getting all 8 of the World Warriors again. To be honest, you're probably going to get as close to, like, the main 12 of, like, the 8 World Warriors and then the 4 Kings. You're probably going to get, like, as close to that as possible. I think you're going to get at least 10. You're probably going to get the 8 World Warriors. You're probably going to get Bison again. you're probably going to get like one of Vega or Balrog, probably Vega, and then you're going to get Cammy again, so that's 11, and then another one, so like either DJ, T-Hawk, or Fei Long, you're going to get one of them as well. So you know that I just like, because at this point like they're so openly like just like, we just care about it. We just only care about Street Fighter 2. Like that's our main goal. It's just focusing on that. And it's like, yeah, I honestly I think the series in terms of just being interesting, like I think it's cooked. I think it's over. Like, because it's so obvious to me now that like this is just all they're gonna do is just like every base roster now is just gonna have the main 8, like at the very least, you know, plus on top. Like Cammy's 100% gonna be in the base roster again. Now that Bison's back, like of course he's gonna be back, you know, more than likely in the base roster.
Battle after battle, and yet the urge still rages on. What is it?
I think it depends on just who doesn't make it in this game. Like if Fei Long doesn't make it in this game at all, which is possible. I doubt it, but it's possible. Then I could see Fei Long being in the base roster for 7. I could also see it being T-Hawk and they skip Lily, but you know, they seem pretty high on Lily. I think at least Nakayama said that he likes Lily, so I could see them kind of pushing Lily a bit and T-Hawk staying gone. Or they could just do T-Hawk as well, you know. Literally nothing stopping them at this point. They're probably just going to do whatever they want at the expense of, you know, what everybody else wants. Yeah, so I bet it could be concentrating on this. Battle after battle, yet the urge still rages on. What is it? Oh, it's Jury. Fuck's sake. It's completely wrong. I should have known it would have been Jury.
What the hell are you doing here? What are you? Bison?
Bison? Who is that?
Let me tell ya, Bison's the lowest of the low.
That was disproven, by the way. If you're talking about apparently the Bruce Lee thing with the family, that was confirmed to not be true at all. Like I think Bruce Lee's estate and all family or both came out and said that person who said that Capcom couldn't use them. They said that was bullshit. So you know, there's nothing stopping them from doing Fei Long again. He'll 100% be back someday.
But he was supposed to be 6 feet under by now.
Yeah, he was supposed to be.
I see. Bison was supposed to have died.
Hang on a second. Why is Bison kind of thick? Like, I just noticed that. Like, it's just the way like his ass is sticking out over the subtitle bar there is just that just caught my eye all of a sudden.
You shall tell me more. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't get over that. Like, that dude tanked his like reputation and relationship with Capcom over like nothing, like over just nonsense, really. I mean, I'm sure he believed it because I know he was like adamant after that, like after all that stuff came out, and then when Bruce Lee's family responded, and were like, this is bullshit." I know he like tripled down, like he absolutely like doubled down on that and was saying it was true. So maybe it's something he heard, you know? Like I'm sure he did hear it, but at the same time, it's like if it was just like a friend of a friend type rumor where it's like, "Oh, I just heard from somebody that like Bruce Lee's family doesn't want Fei Long in the game because of Bruce Lee parodies," then like, you know, you can't help hearing stuff like that. But like if that's the case, like I wouldn't go out on an interview and just say that like without any form of like proof. And even if I had proof, like just because you have proof saying that it's true doesn't mean the people involved aren't going to be pissed, you know, either way. Yeah, no, like, yeah, he's taking out his context, and like, I'm pretty sure, I can't remember at the time, but like, I think I even like listened to the interview where he said it, and like, there was no like out of context to it. Like, he was fully like, everything he said was like, like everything that was quoted by all the like the publications when those articles still started coming out about it. Like I like they were all like everything that was in those articles that he was quoted on, like he said like just fully like in that interview. So like it wasn't even an out of context thing. Like he said those things like and straight and meant it. And he still still tried to deny it or say it was out of context, which is just dumb. But anyway, he's gone now. You're probably not going to see him again on anything major anytime soon. Yeah, I think that was his like defense thing. I think I think Michael did an interview with him that was like his defense, where that was basically him saying that like he was taken out of context and that he wasn't lying and blah blah blah. So I mean it was a good get for Mikel. I know that would have been a very good he would have got a lot of traffic on that video. So props to him for getting that interview.
You're really pissing me off right now.
If I was this Bison you speak of, what would you do?
You really want to know what I do? I'll make you remember everything you ever did. Then I'm gonna make sure you suffer and die again. That what you want to hear?
Kill me? Impossible for the likes of you. You are nothing but a squawking crow. However, Bison, yes, that will do. I shall take that name for myself.
What?
Bison is what you shall call me now. Although I have no desire to know your name. Satisfy my hunger. That is all I need from you.
Yeah, the artwork on this is really good.
Now dance for me, Crow.
Okay, yeah, I think that was decent. Like, I think that was a good setup to at least, give Bison the very least his name back. I like that. It's a shame because like I'm watching this and I know that they're eventually like when it gets to the World Tour stuff they're gonna fuck it up. So it's a shame watching that because I thought that was actually good. Like I enjoyed that, but like I know it's gonna be like I know it's not gonna be good. That's cool. That's really good art. Takeshi Ochi is like honestly probably one of the best artists they've gotten like in recent years. Like a lot of the artwork he's done for this game is really really good. Oh, is the YouTube live stream fucking up for you or something? That sucks. Oh, did I get all the gallery? Because I know they added 2 new gallery things like for the art. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's all the Bisons. I don't have. Yeah, there's the 2 comics. There's the Balrog one and the Vega one. That was artwork I wanted to look at, not cutscenes. Yeah, this one. He did this one. This is obviously my favorite one for obvious reasons. But yeah, this one was sick. I love that one. He did. I think he did one for Arky. I can't remember now. Yeah, no, he did that one. This one's really cool. I do like this one for Guile. Yeah, that one. Yeah, like this is honestly like this feels like modern art piece-ish, to be honest. Like I just really like the format of that and the layout and all that. I think it's really cool. But yeah, like this is sick as well. Like definitely, I think the best artist they've got, like the new art. I'll try again. The best new artist they've gotten to do art for this game. Oh, nice I did get both of them. I don't have to grind arcade mode to get it. It's just Bison artwork. Cool, sick. That would have been fun, actually. I think even if they got rid of the M and just had Bison question mark, like is it Oscar in Guilty Gear Strive? Like a version of him has a question mark. No, it's Bedman. It's Bedman that has the question mark. I think something like that would have been cool. Yeah, like Bedman question mark, like Bison question mark. I think that would have been cool. But yeah, I get why they probably didn't do that. I did get the first. I did end up doing the first part of this side quest. I haven't done anything in the side quest, but I got the initial text from Fang because I went to Nashal to grind money to buy prepaid cards to eventually spend on Bison. Wrong one. Oh, alright, someone's trying to call me. Not today. Message. No, that's deliveries. Don't know if I need you yet. Yeah, Fu. So yeah, find the mysterious animal. So this is the start of the quest that you get from Fang to. Yeah, I was getting confused. Yeah, like Oscar has the hashtag R thing. I got that confused with Bedman's question mark. Yeah, I was not interested in doing it. Yeah, so obviously it's this. This is obviously going to lead you to finding the horse, but yeah. So I ended up stumbling across that earlier. Where was that again? Oh, it's near Rashid, I think. I was just taking a drink. No, yeah, definitely. Like, I do really hope you can get that sorted out before Elena comes out, because I know obviously that'll be a very big day for you. So I definitely hope you can get that sorted out by then. It still sucks, to be honest. Like, Elena's like a year away. Like, that still like pisses me off. Like, we gotta wait that long. Does that dog have eyebrows? Who gave this dog eyebrows? What the fuck? Okay, cool. I don't know if that's a reference to anything, but cool. Oh wait, I actually have to take a photo of it. With very thick eyebrows. Regardless of his follicular impressiveness, it is nothing but a dog. Please stop fooling around and start looking seriously. So to be honest, I have no problem with Vega. I'm not a huge Vega fan, not because it's not in the sense of like I don't like Vega. I've just never personally ever found a reason to like Vega. I think he's a decent character, but he's just not terribly interesting to me. I like the claw and the mask side of it, but I just, as a character, just not that bothered about him. I'm fine with him being in this game, but I think I kind of mentioned it earlier, but I think what kind of annoys me the most about it is I feel like he should have been in this game before Bison, because I think obviously Balrog had the stuff with Ed in Street Fighter V that was really interesting and really added a lot to Balrog and like actually gave him some much needed depth, and that was sick, and I loved that. But I feel like Vega really didn't get anything. Like, he still hasn't had anything. I've just realized this guy has the same eyebrows as that dog. So Balrog got like a lot of much needed depth, and obviously Sagat has over the years gotten a lot of depth as well. But Vega's never really gotten that. He's still kind of the same character he's always been. And I think having Vega in this game before Bison comes back, I think was their best opportunity to really do something interesting with Vega and like actually do something unique with him, kind of establish him outside of Bison. Obviously, if they want, they could put him back with Bison and Shadowloo if they wanted to later on. But I think just establishing that and just kind of showing like what does Vega do, when for all he knows like Bison is gone for good. I think that would have been very interesting. There's a lot of ways you could have gone about that. You could have done a lot of very interesting things. You could have had Vega as just like a mindless assassin for hire. You could have had him working with the secret society. He could have been working with Urien in like a splinter group. He could have been working for Seth, like as a sort of like quasi replacement for Bison, I guess, like stuff like that. Like, and that's just stuff I've just come up with like sitting right here. Like if you put more effort into it, then you could have came up with all sorts. So in that sense, like I'm already sad about Vega because it's like, Vega's gonna come back, but he's gonna be coming back into the exact same role he's always been in, and it just feels like such a waste. Like if he'd come back before Bison, I think I would have been way more interested in that. But with him now coming back after Bison, it's like I'm just like whatever. I'm not excited, but I'm not like pissed off about it. It's just like there's just nothing about it that really interests me. It's just like, yeah, it's just going to be Vega again. Oh, they called the dog Bosch. Oh, I hope Bosch is playable at some point. I think that'd be nice. So I'm actually. Well, okay. I'm just taking a photo of a cat now. If this cat has eyebrows, I swear to God. Yeah, like I get what you mean about like Vegas stuff being in the background, but at the same time, like that's background stuff. Like it's never like, yes, he has the delusional, you know, narcissistic side of him, but like that's it. It's like it's the same way like the only thing for Balrog for like a lot of the series has been he's just a boxer who likes money. Like it's an aspect to him 100%, but for a long time now it's kind of been the only thing about that character. Like yeah, there's little bits here and there, but I think the most Vega has been interesting is probably like Alpha 3, when he had that weird kind of like that moment of kind of mercy for Cammy and the dolls. Like I think that was interesting, but they never really went in that direction. They just kind of stuck Vega back with Chun-Li as a rival, probably to cash in on their rivalry in the animated movie, which I do get. But I think this was the game where they could have done something with Vega that actually gave him a bit more than just he's just a beautiful narcissist sociopath. Like yeah, that's cool, but like I wanted a bit more. Like I was hoping to get him and not even like he doesn't need his own Ed's like sidekick to do that. It's just like they could have done something. Like they like no matter what they did, like it would have been something. And now it's like now that they're going to bring him back post Bison, it's like you just know that they're not really going to do anything like that major. Like it's just like even if they introduce a side character or something, it's like he's still just going to be working for Bison. And it's like it's just hard for me to get excited about that because it's just more of the same. Oh damn, that is a long cat. I mean, if you just like the character, that's fine. Like, no one's saying you can't like the character for being what he is. I'm just talking, like, for me personally. Like, I've never really been a fan of Vega because that is all I've ever felt like he really is. I would just like a bit more, especially for a character that has consistently been in the games for, in so many games. Like, apart from where I said earlier, like, Alpha 3, it's like he's just really just done the same stuff in every game, and it's just I was hoping for more than that. And like I say, if you're fine with that, then that's cool. Like all the power to you, really. But just for me personally, I'm just saying that's why I'm not really excited at the idea of Vega coming back, because it just doesn't sound interesting to me because it's just going to be more of the same. Didn't expect Fang to end up liking cats.
Hello there.
Yeah, I have heard there's a character or something like a kid called like Ignacio or something. I'll see what he's like when he turns up. But you know, maybe that's something. But I don't know. It's just it's weird. I'll have to see how it goes. But I don't know. I just feel like it's already too late for Vega. Really, like I just don't expect much from him, to be honest. Who knows? I'll probably, there's a very good chance I could end up being completely wrong. But we'll just have to see, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, I just think I just think at this point, like I think a storyline for Vega trying to like, even like him coming to terms like and even realizing like he really needed Bison, he really needed Shadlu, and like once that was taken away, he starts to realize like he didn't have what he didn't realize what he had until it was gone. They could have done something like that and like led that back into him eventually coming, back into Shadlu, but this time, being more loyal or something like that. Like they could have done something like that. Like, there's all sorts they could have done. But, it is what it is. Oh, I have to come back at night. I can try. Take a picture of the strange animal near the water in the Nashal lowlands. I swear I clicked track. I'm pressing triangle and it's not letting me track that mission. Oh, because I've got to do it outside the menu. Sick. Yeah, like in some ways it's like I think it's mainly 4 and 5 where I kind of have my main issues with Vega because I feel like in those games he's just really like I wouldn't say boring, but like it's just the same stuff. Like they didn't really give him anything new. And like I said, like I didn't like that they kind of just cashed in on the Street Fighter 2 movie and just giving him like Chun-Li as a rival because it kind of took away from Chun-Li and Bison a bit by just having Chun-Li lose to Vega all the time in 4 and then, continue that in 5. Like, they had the stuff with Cammy and Alpha 3 and the dolls and Vega. I think that was interesting and I would have liked something like that where, like, Vega kind of adopts a somewhat kind of parental role maybe or takes some form of, weird, type of responsibility or kind of fatherhood over the dolls in some ways. I think that would have been interesting, but they just didn't do that. So, oh well. Oh, nice. Did they add that in this update, or is that like a character that's just always been there? Because I haven't came across that yet. That is cool. That is basically like just describing Sean, which is cool. What did you find this time? What a precious little creature. Who's a I love this new thing that Fang is just like a massive animal lover. I think that's so funny. No, we're getting distracted again. The animal you're searching for is much more ominous. Please give this some real effort. Yeah, pretty much, Dracula. That it is really that reasoning at the end of the day, and it's just really sad. Like, you know, I think it even like it's not even just Vega. You know, obviously I'm going in on Vega about it just because he's kind of topical at the moment. But like, these are my issues with like Honda as well. It's like even Honda's story in this game I think is so just uninspired. Like it's so boring because it's just instead of like running a bathhouse, he's just running a restaurant now. Like it's the exact same story. Like but it's just got a very like thinly veiled like fresh coat of paint to make it seem like it's new, but it's still the same stuff he was doing in the previous game. It's like they just it's like they either can't figure out or are too scared to like do anything new, like take any of these characters in a new direction. It's like, we can sort of do something a bit different, but we don't want to, we don't want to change it up too much in case, these people like, oh, it's like, oh, you did this thing with Blanca and now it's not my Blanca anymore. Like he's not just, a ferocious beast man of the jungle. Like you made him this and that. It's not the same. It's like, come on, man. Obviously I think Blanca's turned out well in this game. It's not like I think the Blanca Chan stuff was funnier, like in terms of him trying to sell the dolls in 5. I think that was funnier. I like that story more, but I can't hate on the tour guide stuff. It's just very static. It's a very static role for Blanca. It doesn't really it kind of allows him to not really do much. I think it's a very when I look at kind of everybody else in this game and why this character is here, why this character is here. For the most part, you can kind of go, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like, obviously Honda would be around because Metro City's a big location and he's got the restaurant in Metro City. It's a pretty weak excuse, but it's an excuse. So at the end of the day, whereas Blanca, it's like I feel like it's such a hard diversion where it's like, oh, by the way, you have to go to Brazil because you have to find Blanca. You don't find you don't find Blanca naturally, and get introduced to him that way. It's like, no, just go to Brazil now because it's time for you to find Blanca because there's no way we can really write it for Blanca to naturally show up in the story from the story that we've given him. So in that sense, it's like I don't mind the tour guide stuff, but it's like I said, it feels like a very convenient way of just being like, hey, here's Blanca. We're not really doing anything with him, but yeah. I like for me when I think of like why is this character in a Street Fighter game, usually it involves like traveling and stuff, which I think is why I think a lot of the World Tour Master stuff is kind of weird, where all these characters basically just end up standing in one spot for the entire game. It's kind of like I think just having a character like Blanca just stay in one spot for just stay in Brazil in this one tour guide spot. It's kind of like I know why you're playable, but story wise, there's no real reason why you should be kind of playable, if that makes sense. There's something creepy's being spotted around Mount Vashal. They say that it looks like a horse, but that it glows purple in the moonlight. Sounds ominous enough, right? Cool. Yeah, gotta go. Change to nighttime. Yeah, it's weird. I kind of like. I think for what it is, it's fine. Like it's good. I enjoyed the main story for the most part. Um, but it's weird. I mean, it was a big risk to do a mode like this, like for the first time to go like this in depth with it. I do tip my hat to Capcom, but I think the actual story itself is really safe. Like it doesn't really do a lot, doesn't really risk a lot. It's very standalone. Like the events of this game, I feel like it's been done in a way where it's like you can outside of like obviously the major stuff like Bison and JP. Like, the events of this game are probably never really going to get referenced or mentioned again. Like, outside of, like, maybe Bosch, like, showing up. Like, nothing really major happens. Like, obviously, like, Street Fighter 5 had the big stuff with, like, the Black Moons, and Street Fighter 4 had SIN and Seth, and so on and so forth. But in this one, it's like, I just don't really see anything in this game really mattering in the long run. Yeah, and exactly, Mr. Kef. Like that's the thing at the end of the day, and it's I don't mind DLC. Like I think it's a decent way. I don't know why my character's lips do that only in this area at night. It's so weird. I don't know what setting I did on my character for his lips to look like that. It's fucking weird. But yeah, like I don't mind it, but I do think it kind of hurts it because it's like if you did like a bigger update, like like a Super Street Fighter 6 or whatever, you could have had that and Sakura added like at the same time to help bolster all three characters. But now it's like you've got to wait however long for Sakura to show up and then however long for Dan to show up if he even does show up. You know, I could totally see Dan skipping this game, but at the same time, I could also see him skipping. Sorry, I could also see him making it because you know. I think at this rate, I think it's really obvious they're not paying attention to like polls and character requests and like all the demand. It's like I fully like now at this point after what I've seen from some of the World Tour stuff in this update, like I 100% don't think we're getting Dudley. Like I definitely think we'll at the very least we're gonna get Balrog first. And I just don't see there being more than 3 boxes. Sorry, I don't see there being more than 2 boxes in this game. So unfortunately, at this point, I do think Dudley's like fucked. Like I don't think we're gonna get Dudley in this game. You know, which is baffling because he's probably one of the most like asked for characters at this point. And like oh no, sorry, he's up there. Damn it. Yeah, like one of the most like asked for characters. And I just don't see it. I just don't think they consider him a priority. I think at the end of the day, I think story is honestly. I think the three factors that they are most, you know, interested in when it comes to characters, I think, is the place in the world that they're from, their fighting style, and their story. And, you know, I think they are willing to absolutely cast aside a character that, you know, people would pay, you know, money hand over fist for. Just like they would not do that character just because. Hang on, is this even? Ah, oh, fuck's sake! I've been following this marker and it's not even for him. Like it's not even for this horse. I was going towards that guy. Damn it. Yeah, no, like that's a very good example. Like Alex in Street Fighter 5, it's like it's sick that he was in that game. I was really happy that he was in this game. Sorry, that he was in 5. Like I love Alex in 5. Like I don't think obviously I have issues with how he looks and all that, but I think, you know, at the end of the day, I think he was really fun. Like he's a really fun character. It was just good to get him back. Story wise, what was the point of him being in that game? Okay, got you. That makes more sense. Yeah, but it's like, what did Alex even do in 5? You know, like he didn't do anything. I think they've pretty much said. I can't remember if they said if it was up to Bison or not. Like if they had, I can't remember if they said that they've decided that when they were doing the base roster. I think they only really said up to Bison because I don't know if they mentioned Elena. I think they said the discussion for Terry and Mai didn't start happening until the Evo, where they did that collaboration artwork. I think they said that's when they started talking about getting, you know, characters like SNK characters in the game. So you know, but I think they said, you know, like, without a shadow of a doubt, like they planned the base roster for this game, knowing Bison was going to be, you know, the first character in season 2. I do think in some ways, I think Terry and Mai are definitely the mid-season buffer in terms of the overall story. Did his dialogue not play there? Or was I just talking over it?
Yes.
Oh no, I think I just talked over it. Okay, so this is just meeting him. Where did he get the Shadaloo pin from? Yeah, I think that's most. Like, I think I think beats in my head being missing is probably because they're going to include it in Elena's fighting pass when she eventually comes out, which I think makes sense. Okay, I've got to go back to Metro City now. To be honest, it's funny with Remy because I was so convinced prior to year 2 being announced. Like I was really like I had a really good feeling he was going to be in this season. Will we get SNK music too? Probably. I wouldn't know why not. You know, to me it would make sense if they did. Like if they added SNK music, it'll probably be Fatal Fury tracks. I think it's been data mined that the next fighting pass is Bison's because I think it's called Return of Shadaloo, which is another reason to that why I love this story update. Am I going in the right way? No, I'm not. But I don't know what's in it, but I think it's been data mined that the next pass is like Bison themed. But I just think the way they did it, like the way like them releasing Bison so soon after Akuma, just meant they couldn't they couldn't do the 2 passes, like they couldn't do Bison's pass yet because they were still in the middle of the pass that they're currently on, which is I don't actually even know what the current pass is. Oh, there is no active fighting pass. Yeah, this is the thing where it's like, and they're doing this again. This is one of the things I mentioned in my year 1 review. It's like, if you knew the gap between Aki and Ed was going to be so long, why did you release Aki and Rashid so close to each other? And why did you release Rashid so close to the base game? Like, surely it would have made more sense to just delay the both of them by a couple of months. And it's the same thing here again. Like, why is Bison so soon after Akuma? Like barely a month after, Akuma's out, we get Bison. It's like, yeah, it's crazy because you get 2 highly asked for characters back to back, like 2 major characters back to back. But it's like we're probably not going to get Terry until like September. We'll probably get a teaser for him at Evo, which is next month, and then August you're going to get nothing, and then you'll probably get him in September, and then Mai's not going to be until like January, February next year, and then Elena's probably not going to be until like May again. It's like why are they again doing such a big gap between characters when like just delayed, just push Bison back a bit. Like did we really need Bison so soon? I mean, it's cool, but it's not going to be cool when we have another 5 months of nothing going on. I don't even really want to make a guess on season 3 at this point, to be honest. The way that popped up on screen there was really weird. Like just Bison's fucking Street Fighter 5 render. Do the strange values all resemble this? Yeah, like I don't even want to make a guess on these seasons anymore because like if you like put a gun to my head and said like predict year 2, what we're actually getting for year 2 is not at all like close to what I would have ever came up with. I would have never have guessed it. And now that guest characters are being thrown in the mix, it's like that just completely, throws a spanner in the works. Like I couldn't tell you. I couldn't guess. Who could we get? I don't know. I think Vega's got a very good chance now. I pretty much the only one I'm like even remotely confident in is Vega. Other than that, I couldn't tell you. I assume probably an alpha character because it's insane that like we're going to be 2 years into this game and there's still zero alpha characters. Like, and that's the thing that really annoys me about the guests. Like, the only thing that really annoys me about the guests is like, if it was up to me, instead of Mai, I would have had like Sakura, to be honest, because it would have got Sakura in. It would have made people a bit happier because they get a character like Sakura in. It gets an alpha rep in there. It adds another Shoto, but we just get Mai, who I don't hate Mai at all, but I'm just not excited at all for Mai. The fourth one chosen is getting shot. I mean, I'd be down for that. Like Nakayama executes a cosplayer live on stream of the fourth DLC character for season 3. Yeah, mine's going to be January or February. I think probably January because I think there was evidence in the files or something. I think someone said something I saw where apparently there was signs that Ed was supposed to release in January, but they delayed him to February to kind of move him out of the way of Tekken 8, which makes complete sense. I totally get why they did that. So maybe this time, obviously if nothing really comes out in January major, that would require them to like hold back a bit. Then maybe we can get Mai in January, and then I still expect Elena in May. So we'll just have to see how it goes. I really don't know what Terry's story is going to be, really. Same with mine. It's why I think I was talking about this earlier, but I think I got distracted by someone as we were talking and playing. I definitely think Terry and Mai is going to be like the mid-season buffer. I think it's going to be kind of the interlude between like Bison. I think Bison stuff is basically going to wrap up the base game in season 1. And then I think you're going to get Terry and Mai. I think their stories are going to be fairly standalone. I'm not expecting any like major bombs being dropped or anything like that. I think the most you'll probably get is like maybe Southtown will be canonized as part of the Street Fighter world, which would be cool. I'm not necessarily against that. And then I think when Elena comes out, I think Elena is definitely going to be story-wise the most interesting one, because I think whatever happens with Elena, I think is going to be our best clue as to where season 3 and beyond is going, like story-wise and maybe character-wise. So I definitely think Elena's going to be the one to watch out for. I mean, even if that wasn't the case, she would be the one that to watch out for because she's just the most interesting character, in my opinion, obviously. But yeah, I think the way they've done it, I think doing Terry and Mai back to back, I think is a kind of interlude of kind of like the climax of Bison's back and Shadow's coming back, and then you'll kind of go somewhere else for a bit. You'll go Southtown for a bit, and you'll kind of mingle there and do something like that, and you'll kind of get these little side stories that are kind of just fun stuff, SNK stuff. And then when Elena comes back, it'll be like, okay, this is kind of where we're going now. It probably is G related. I think the best bet is to assume that Elena's going to start bringing G back into the story. I don't know if G's going to be playable in season 3. He very well could be, but I definitely think. I think the biggest clue is Elena looking at the moon. Obviously not to say I don't know for sure if G had any like connotations with the moon, but I definitely think like some form of threat is coming, and I think the moon is probably a sign of that. And I think Elena, because I think one thing I did notice with Elena's portion of the year 2 reveal trailer is obviously Elena has always been like very much one with nature, but I think the Ryu final manga like really went in on that with Elena. Like it really focused on her like literally like communicating with the earth, through that big tree. And you actually see like a really big tree in that portion of that trailer. So I think Elena's probably role in the game. If I had to take a complete shot in the dark, I don't know if I'll be right on this or not. I probably won't. But my kind of like shot in the dark expectation is kind of like Elena basically is, she's just been doing whatever since Street Fighter 3. but like the Earth basically starts talking to her and is basically like warning her like something bad is about to happen to the planet, and then that's kind of like that from there leads to her being involved, and then kind of builds towards probably something with G. Because to be honest, I actually thought about it the other day, and I kind of realized like it makes a lot of sense to me why they've chosen Elena, because as much as I love her, and I don't think this is a bad thing within Street Fighter 3, but she is like one of the very few characters from Street Fighter 3 that has like no relation or links with Gil or the Secret Society or anything really majorly with 3's plot. Like, she's pretty much far removed from that. I think the only other characters I can think of that are like that are Makoto, Remy, Hugo, and Oro, I think. Maybe Sean. Yeah, Sean. I think every other character in Street Fighter 3 at some point either interacts with the Secret Society, fights the Secret Society, or like knows of the Secret Society in some way, shape, or form. But like those characters like Elena and the others, they're the only ones that don't. So to me, I think it makes a lot of sense why they've done Elena first, because she's like, in terms of the first Street Fighter 3 character, because she is one of the very few characters from Street Fighter 3 that has no relation to that plot. So it's like you can bring Elena in and not have to bring in anything from 3. So I think that was very intentional. Obviously, it definitely irks me a bit because, I definitely want to continue on from Street Fighter 3's plot. But yeah, I definitely think Elena's role in the story for 6 in World Tour and stuff, I think it's definitely going to be her. She's basically, I think she's going to get a warning from the planet. Like, she's going to get the planet's going to give her a feeling that something's going to go wrong, and that is eventually going to lead into what the next storyline is going to be, which will more than likely involve G, if I had to guess. Yeah, that's also true as well, Sanamorph, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I have no problem with Elena being in. Like, would she have been my first pick for a Street Fighter 3 character? Absolutely not. But I don't hate it. I think it makes sense considering, the plot that they're more than likely going to end up, telling. But, like, I can't hate on it at all. Like, I think she makes a lot of sense. I think she's a great character to bring in from that game. I definitely wanted Elena in this game, like, 100%. So I can't hate on the fact that she's first. Like, even if there were other characters I would have wanted first. But yeah, like she's gonna. To be honest, that's the thing I think is gonna be very interesting. I think and it's something I've wanted for a long time. Is like I think it was Famitsu did a poll of their readers for like Street Fighter 6, and I think it was like 54% of the people they polled for the character poll. I can't remember, if you saw on my Twitter, I posted about it. I think Famitsu did a character poll before the first year anniversary of like basically like character requests, and I think the list was like Sakura was first, Bison was second, Makoto was third, Alex was fourth. I can't remember who was fifth. But they also did like another poll, and they were basically asking like, they're asking people who play Street Fighter 6 in Japan, like, have you played a Street Fighter game before, or is this your first Street Fighter? And I think it was like 54% of the people who they asked in that poll, like, Street Fighter 6 is their first Street Fighter game. And I think I think they even said, like, a lot of people they polled, like, for the character stuff, like, didn't know anybody else, like, outside of 6, because, like, this is their first game and they didn't know. So I definitely think, a character like Elena is really perfect for that, because I think people like who are new to Street Fighter 6 are going to absolutely fall in love with Elena, because they're not going to have the trauma of healing in 4, like which is, I think, is a lot of people who don't want Elena in the game, is because they're traumatized from healing, which I get, but I think at the same time, like, it's not going to work the same way. Like, there's no way it's going to work, in that same way, but it is like whatever. But I think the people who mainly play 3, like, Elena's like, I think she's like mid tier in that game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Elena's like pretty safely mid tier or something in that game. So it's like, she's not a killer or anything, but she doesn't really stand out as like this is a must play character. So not to say I don't think Elena has ever like not stood out. I don't think she stood out, but I think the way I think the stuff with World Tour, I think you're really gonna like get a really good insight into her character, and I think that is really gonna sell a lot of people on her as a character, and I think a lot of people are gonna walk away like from Street Fighter 6 when she comes out like as a really big Elena fan. It depends if they nail her personality though, because that's the thing with me and Elena. It's like I was never like the hugest Elena fan. I didn't hate her, but I just never really put much time into her. But when I did, like man, I just really fell in love with just how cheerful she is, like just how bubbly and cheery, like just cheerful, just happy, you know, of a person she is. Just how much energy, positive energy she like exudes in all of her animations and her like win poses, her intros and stuff like that. Like such a fun character. I think if they can nail that in her World Tour stuff, then I think I think a lot of people are gonna become really big fans of Elena. Yeah. So yeah, in that sense, I totally get it. I get why they've done Elena first. I think it makes sense. But yeah, at the end of the day, would it have been my first pick? No, but I'm still happy. Either way. Oh, cool. For a second there, I thought I got locked out of that side quest by being a dick and saying no, but oh no, shit, I've got to go back to Fang. I think if they explain healing, I can see it being something like because she touches the ground when she does healing, doesn't she? I honestly think they'll explain healing by being it like she touches the ground and like the spirit of the earth or something heals her. I think that's how they'll explain it. I have just totally made that up in my head right now, so like I don't know if that makes sense or not. But if I had to like go into my head, like how do you think they're going to explain healing? Like I think that's how they'll explain it. Because I think she does touch it. Hang on, I'll get up. I'll bring up because there's a really good website I use called Zwifus that has like all of the Street Fighter 3 Third Strike sprites, like and you see all the animations, and the super arts. So that's spinning beats. That's the other one. There you go. Yeah, she touches the ground, doesn't she? Yeah, I think they'll explain that because if they go in with the like Elena if they go in with the story angle of like Elena, is brought into the story because the Earth is warning her of an impending threat or doom. Then I think if they go that route with it, then I think they'll explain healing that like Elena heals herself by like touching the Earth and like the spirits of the Earth, heals her. I also hope as well, just for you, Sanomorph, I really hope they give names to her two other friends because they've only ever named just Narumi, and I would be really cool. I would be really happy for you if they named the other two because I read a couple of other books. I tried my best to translate it, and I don't think they ever name those other two people in any of the Street Fighter 3 books I have in Japanese. I don't think they ever named them, so it'd be really cool if they named them, and I hope it does happen. Just for you. It'd be cool. I think to be honest, I think this is probably your best shot. Like if it doesn't happen with the World Tour stuff, then it's probably never going to happen, unfortunately. Game wise, you've not missed much because I've just spent a lot of time waffling about Elena and what I kind of expect for her to like, what I expect her role to be in Street Fighter 6 and just why I like her. I was just talking about some theory stuff and some of the things I hope they do for her. They add about her in Street Fighter 3. Sorry, in Street Fighter 6 World Tour. I think as well if they mention oh, that'd be funny. If they mention the lion in, I love that. Like I'm walking away from Fang, and as soon as I walk away, he starts texting me his foo. I think that's so funny. What was literally what was I talking about? God damn it, I've forgotten. Fuck's sake, my brain's just completely wiped. If someone can remind me what I was just talking about, that'd be great before I start talking about food. I'll go back to Nation. Oh, the lion. Yeah. I really hope they mention that lion in her World Tour stuff. I think the lion was called Largo, because when I read that, when I was going through that book and I read that, I was like, that's so cool. That she just has like a pet lion, and if they mention that lion, I'll lose it. I think that'd be like, I would definitely like, as much as I have like issues with the overall story, like the character stuff, they've really like nailed. And it'd be really, I'd be so happy if they mention that lion, or if they even have the lion in the back of her stage or whatever. I think that'd be so cool. So I hope they make a reference to that. To be honest, I kind of expect her stage to kind of to sort of be like a mix of her Third Strike stage with the Solar Eclipse stage from 4. I expect it to be a blend of those two stages, to be honest. Maybe not as many animals as the Solar Eclipse stage has, because like that's kind of like one of the goofy things about 4 is that like they just like 4 and 5, is they just shoved a ton of fucking models in the back of every stage, and it was always just chaos. To be honest, I've honestly kind of like, because I've seen people talk about Necro, I've honestly sort of like given up on Necro like ever coming back. I really don't think it's gonna happen, because I think design alone is what prevents Necro from coming back. I could see them doing Effie, and Necro shows up that way, but I really don't know if they'd ever do Necro again, because I think his design is just too weird. Which I, personally really disagree with. Like, I love Necro's design. I think it's so cool. But I think the only thing, I would be happy with them not coming back as long as they manage to get it in there somehow, and they confirm that like they're just like they're on the road together, still like happy and free. If they do that, then I'm fine with them not like with them both never coming back. I mean, I would still want them back. But like, as long as they can confirm somehow that like, they're still freed and, they're both still together, then I can get over it. Right, where am I going? Sean, I still think has a chance. I'm not completely giving up on Sean. I'm not exactly like hopeful, but I still think he has a chance. He definitely doesn't have as much of a chance as I used to think. But I think he has a chance. It's just not a great one. I still don't know where I'm going. I'll go thing at night. But yeah, like Necro 12. Oh yeah, I'm kind of throwing in the towel for those two. I just don't think it's gonna happen. Because I mean, their chances were already so slim when they weren't doing guests. But now that they're doing guests, it's like, man, like, it's even less likely. At the same time, I know a lot of people say that about Luke and Sean. They share moves, but to me, it was they share moves in the way that, like, Ryu and Ken share moves. Or, like, other characters share moves. In the sense that, like, they're similar moves, but they're both used so differently that I feel like both can coexist. Like, if we can have, like, 3 characters in this game throw a, like, Hadouken the same way, then I think, like, Luke having, like, a roll or a ground pound, like, I don't think that is such a, like, so much of, like, a hard deconfirmation for Sean. I think it just means they gotta just think outside the box a bit more. And I think even with the dunk, because I know a lot of people say that, like, they gave Luke Sean's dunk, which they absolutely did. But I think the good thing, obviously, is like Sean has 2 different types of Shoryukens. So they could easily just do the two-handed Shoryuken. In some ways, as much as I love the dunk that he does in Second Impact in New Generation, I think because I've just played Third Strike more, I actually kind of prefer the two-handed uppercut. But yeah, it's I think it's like I totally get why people kind of bring up Luke and Sean a lot, but Yeah, it's never been like that massive of like a deconfirmation for me. Like I just think I just think it means they'll have to think a bit more outside the box for Sean. Um, and also at the end of the day, like as somebody who mains Sean in Third Strike, like at the end of the day, like I simply can't play Luke and get the same things I would get from Sean. Like I think that's also been the other thing. It's like, and ever since like from the day I first ever played, Street Fighter 6 back at Versus Fighting X, like I knew Luke wasn't a replacement for Sean. Like they don't play the same at all. But it's just weird at the end of the day. I think their priorities for stuff is just so weird. Like they prioritize one thing over the other, and sometimes it makes sense, and other times it's just like, what? Damn it. Can I just teleport to the top? I can just teleport there. That saves a lot of time. I definitely think we won't get as many Shotos as we had in 5, and definitely not as many as we had in 4. Sorry. I mean, to be fair, they've already broken the rule that they kind of have been doing, where ever since like Street Fighter 5 Season 2, there's been a Shoto in every season. Like you had Akuma in Season 2 of 5, you had Sakura in Season 3 of 5, you had Kage in Season 4 of 5, you had Dan in Season 5 of 5, and then you had Akuma in Season 1 of 6. So this is the first season that they've done where there's no Shoto. I guess I don't know if you could make the argument of Terry being a Shoto. I don't think it's an argument really worth having, because it's just too messy. I think of a discussion to have. I can't really say one way or the other if Terry could be counted as a Shoto or not. I probably wouldn't count Terry as a Shoto. So that's what I was saying earlier. Like I think Sakura would have been a good choice. Like I would have put Sakura in this season instead of Mai. I think that would have made people happy. I mean, I'd have been happy with it. I do like Sakura quite a lot. True, yeah, that was a very, very big ugly argument that a lot of people had with Smash, wasn't it? The whole Shoto debate. Like Kazuya as a Shoto, like no man, like what the hell? Good thing I spent so much time grinding everybody. Did I save up on heals? Probably not. We'll find out eventually if I did or not. Oh, what? I never remember how you do. Okay. Oh, you bastard. Yeah, there's some characters in Street Fighter 3 I cannot play for the life of me, and hang on, why did that not count? I did a super art. Because I don't have shit, I forgot I use Ken's Super Art 3, and I just realised I have Ed's Super Arts 1 and 2, and those Super Arts would have counted. Cool, back in we go. Yeah, I completely blanked there. I was using Ken's, and I'm like, why isn't this working? Then I realised it wants me to use Ed's. it actually still to this day, every now and then I think about stuff, and I think about the fact that we've never had, like, Sakura and Sean have never met, and that, like, blows my mind. Like, I don't even think they've even shared, like, a panel together in even, like, in a Udon comic. Like there's the students of, like, the students of Ryu and Ken, and they've just never met. Like, I think that's so mad. Like, that's so wild to me. That was a lot easier now that my brain was pulled out from my ass and I realised what I was actually meant to do. Let's go. Back here again. Oh, I just realised, yeah, I forgot last I did this with the Akuma update. I've got to fight this guy now. Sick. It's I think it's so silly. Like, oh, cool. I don't know whose gift that is, but yeah, I think it's so silly that they've just never had the two meet, and the likely answer for why it's not happened is purely because Sean is from Street Fighter 3. Like, there's no other reason for why it hasn't happened yet. Well, I suppose Sean, he's from Street Fighter 3, and he's also, was never the most popular character from that game. Well liked, but not popular. Not as popular as Ibuki or Alex or Elena or Makoto or Dudley or etc. I'll make it worse and everyone will hate me. Honestly, at this rate, I would take anybody. I would take anybody else at this point. Just as long as they're not a super fan of Street Fighter 2, like, I don't care at this point. Like, I would just love, like, someone to take over that just isn't just a massive Street Fighter 2 fanboy. I'm not even saying, like, you can't like Street Fighter 2. Like, if you like Street Fighter 2, like, cool, great, like, absolutely, like, I would never say stop catering to that side of the series, but, like, man, it's the fact it's just the only thing that they seem to care about is just maddening.
Hey. Cheers.
Sure. I just realised I'm nearly an hour and a half streaming, and I'm not even done Bison's Bond yet. God, it's going to be a long stream. Five times. At least they give me infinite super gauge. Sick. Come on, just give me one more. Oh, skin of my fucking teeth. Look how much HP I've got left. Damn. That was close. Oh, residual memory.
Well,
A 10-hit combo. Oh, come on. Cool, that works. That wasn't too bad. I don't know how many... I don't know how many heals I've got. Probably not a lot. But I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. If maybe I'll just use all of my tickets. I think they're called tickets. The things that let you just respawn at full health. I'll probably just use them up. Oh, so he's just straight up gonna get his memories back. He straight up just gets his memories back. You're kidding me. He just it's just that. This is he just gets his memories back, like so. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll see how it plays out.
I am Bison. I am Shadow. Is that so? Then you shall be me. Know your place. Do as you please.
Oh, okay. He's calling himself Vega as well. I guess that's one way to get around the naming convention.
Intriguing.
Okay.
well. Thank you.
Okay, cool. You became a M.Bison student. You can now use his fighting style basic moves. Same thing. Okay, that's interesting. So, does he have his memories back? Or is he just kind of like, I'll have them back, but I'm not accepting that I'm the same Bison anymore? So it's kind of like a meeting in the middle, maybe? So, like, I obviously, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I had to guess, I think what just happened there was me doing all the psycho power moves somehow brought back the old residual memories of Bison, and Bison came back as a weird like Zordon looking thing, and then Bison, new Bison, the Street Fighter 6 Bison, he came in and he just destroyed the Zordon projection of old Bison's memories. Maybe absorbed them, maybe has some of those memories back, but just doesn't care and is like, yeah, I guess I was Bison, but I just don't really care. So it feels like a mix. It feels like it's old Bison, like it's acknowledging, like it's kind of like, to me it feels like it's them saying, like Capcom saying, like, okay, so all the stuff that happened with Bison still matters, but this is still a new Bison, which is like a middle ground. Yeah, it's basically a middle ground. I don't hate it, but it still feels like a bit of a cop out. Like, I would have just preferred it if he just didn't get his memories back at all. Like, I just think that would have been better. If we just saw him rebuild Shadloo from the ground up. I think it's ridiculous. How did he even find Shadloo again? Like, how did he even find this base? Maybe the World Tour stuff, all his Bond stuff will answer that. But yeah, I don't hate it. But I just still can't help but wonder why. Like, what's the point, really? Like, I just think it would have been better if he just remained, this amnesiac who only knows the name Bison and is just like, I'll just rebuild my legacy. Like, I'll build a new legacy as M.Bison. The old M.Bison, like, is dead. Like, this is the new M.Bison. I think that would have been better instead of like, yeah, I've got some of my memories back, but I don't really care. It's like, well, it just feels like a weird middle ground kind of cop out a bit. But it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, I guess. Okay. This is the first of what's going to be many boring parts. Yeah, if they can find a middle ground where it's like, I don't know, again, it's just, it feels weird to me, because if they're doing it, like, if I had to guess now, it kind of feels like they're maybe doing Shadloo in a way of like, Bison is just, Bison's just kind of like, yeah, I don't really care, like, build Shadloo back up around me if you want, I'm not bothered either way. Because then it's just kind of weird, because it's like, I get not caring, like, I think that's fine, but it's just weird, because it's like, it just feels convenient, like, yeah, sure, build up the cartel that, I was dominating the world with, I don't care, like, do what you want. It's like, it's weird, I don't know, because I can't help but wonder just what's the end goal? Like, what's the end goal from Capcom, like, of all this? Like, what are we going to do with Shadloo? Like, is Shadloo going to go back to, like, trying to, take over the world again? Like, are the Black Moon's going to start coming back? Is the Psycho Drive going to start coming back? I can't help but wonder, and I think for me it's like, I hope, regardless of what happens, I don't care if they call the next game Street Fighter 2.5, like, I don't care. At the end of the day, like, please, for the love of fucking God, stop killing Bison. Because it's just, like, it just doesn't, it's not effective anymore. Like, just stop doing it. Like, there's no reason for them to ever kill Bison again. Because no one's gonna believe it. No one's gonna take it seriously, because it's like, Street Fighter 5, the Street Fighter 5 death leading into Street Fighter 3 was like the big one. It was the one that was like, if there was ever going to be a finite death for Bison, it was going to be that one, and they've gone back on it like it was nothing. So now at this point, it's like, if Bison ever dies again, it's like, why should I even remotely give a shit? Because you're just going to bring him back in the next game. But if that's the case, and they stop killing off Bison, then it's like, well, then is he going to still, try to dominate the world? Like, is he still going to take over the world? If yes, then like, how do you stop him then? If you're not going to kill him off anymore, why bother, making him and Shadaloo a threat again? It's like, and this is kind of ropes back into like, why are we doing Street Fighter 2 again? Like, at this point in the timeline, both for us in the real world and Street Fighter, like, it makes no sense that we're doing Shadaloo in this way again. Like, there's just no reason to, because it just makes things complicated. It's like, why would we as people playing this game still care about Bison being killed, because we know it's not going to matter? And like, why would Shadaloo as a group in this world at this point, like, still bother? Like, I don't get what the goal for them is going to be. Like, maybe we find out in this game. But that's my main confusion at the moment. Is like, I just don't get what the point of it is. Like, what is the end goal for them? Like, where does Capcom want this to go? Like, if they just want to purely go back to Street Fighter 2 again, where everybody just fights Shadaloo, then are we just gonna have it like, is Bison gonna get killed at the end of this game, or is Bison gonna get killed at the end of Street Fighter 7, and then the Street Fighter 7 is like, woo, Bison's dead. We finally got rid of him for good. This, we got him good. I'll try that again. We got him this time for good, guys. Like, let's all walk off into the sunset happy. And then, like, the post credits for 7 is like, lol, I'm back. Like, you didn't kill me. And then Street Fighter 8, Bison's in the base roster again, and it's like, well, like, yeah. And then nobody's surprised, because it's like, we saw this coming a mile away, because the big death that you were supposed to have, like, at least try to, make impactful, you've already gone back on in literally record time. So it's like, I just don't get what the end goal is. I really don't. I don't understand what they want from this new Shadaloo, this new Bison. Like, I think it would have been much more interesting if, at least for this game, like, Bison didn't get Shadaloo back straight away. Like, I would have had, honestly, like, a game or two of just Amnesiac, kind of like Ronin Bison, just wandering around, trying to get his memories back. But the fact he's just already got his Shadaloo goons back around him again is just like, okay. Yeah, like, they could totally just, if they just admitted that, like, I don't think anybody would care. But at the same time, it's like, if you're gonna go back to having Bison and Shadaloo try to take over the world, like, obviously that needs to be stopped, because they're never going to do a Street Fighter game where, like, Ryu and Chun-Li and Guile lose. Like, they're just not going to do that. So it's like, what's the end goal? Like, what's the alternative? You either have Bison just keep winning, or, sorry, the phone's going off. Like, you either have Bison keep winning, or you have Bison keep dying. And either option, to me, is just kind of dumb. And I feel like they just trap themselves now by their obsession with going back to Street Fighter 2. They're just stuck now, because they either keep repeating Street Fighter 2, or they just don't have anybody win. Or option 3, they have Shadaloo back. They've done all this stuff. They've basically speed ran, like, Shadaloo coming back and Bison coming back at the same time. Gone, okay, Bison's back, and in the same update, Shadaloo's back. Like, Vega and Balrog are back in. And then they're just a third faction. Like, they're just another group, and like, they don't do world domination stuff. They're just there, and that to me is probably the more likely one now that I think about it, because that way, Bison doesn't get killed anymore, and the world doesn't have to keep fighting off Shadaloo. But it's like, what's the point then? Because you've just got all these characters in a group just for them to do nothing. I don't know. I really do feel like they've just written themselves into a corner with this choice. I cannot see where this ends up going, outside of like Bison just keeps dying every game again. Oh, my throat's actually numb from all the talking. Shit, I clicked X by accident. But regardless of the past, I am who I am. This power that sleeps within me, this unending hunger, even these aching wounds, they are all mine. I will live as my own man, that is all. Okay, I guess that kind of answers it then. He's Bison, but Bison's no longer Bison. Which kind of makes sense. I don't mind that. I think that's interesting. I just don't like that Shadloo back. I think that just completely just, like I said, we've just sped ran basically. Like what we're going through now is like, it's like two games worth of stories just being done at once, and it's just weird. Like, in all honesty, I expect in Street Fighter 7, I fully expect Bison to be in the base roster, and I expect, like, this design. Well, this design will probably be, like, an alt costume, but, like, I think he's going to pretty much go back to something similar to what he usually has, like, the normal uniform. Which would be a shame, because I actually quite like this design. But, like, I don't expect him to keep this as, like, his default, like, going forward. Like, I think this is just, like, his kind of in between stage of like being like waking up as an amnesiac and then going back to Shadaloo. I like as well. Again, maybe they answer it, but like in the arcade, like they've not explained at all how he actually came back. Like I guess it's just psycho power at the end of the day, but like considering if you look at the timeline, you're looking at like maybe about like 8 years since he died in Street Fighter 5. Like what actually, like what took so long this time? You know? I hope they answer that. I don't expect them to, but it'd be nice if they did. Halfway through. Shit, I've pressed X again. I'm aware of a number of stragglers that act of their own accord. They await my next move with fear in their hearts. Oh, Eds, JP, Falk, and Jury. They await my next move with fear in their hearts. I just want, I know, I might be a bit loud because I'm moving towards my microphone because I'm just having a look. No, that's... Falk still has a Street Fighter 5 design there. I was wondering if they gave us something new. Saying how Shadley was so scared being arrested and just losing every single final battle. I think it would take long. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I've not seen the full comic of either Vega's or Balrog's, but it kind of annoys me because it's like, you know, like I said earlier, it's been about 8 years, roughly, you know, as a rough estimation of how long it's been since Bison died in Street Fighter 5 to now in Street Fighter 6. It's been about 8 years. And from what I could see, like, Vega and Balrog, like, where you see them later on in their side quests, like, they're just doing the same thing that they were doing in Street Fighter 4, like, before Bison came back. Like, if you watch Vega and Balrog's Street Fighter 4 prologues, like... They are just kind of milling about. They're not doing anything. They're literally just waiting around for like Bison to go like, "Hey guys, I'm back. Let's start doing shit again." Like, and for Vega, it's like he's in like a party, and like, you know, some guy in a suit walks up to him and just goes like, "Hey, like Bison's back," and Balrog's in like Vegas or something, you know, and you know, and that made sense because the gap between 2 and 4 was like a couple of months, like a few months, maybe like, you know, 9 to 18 months roughly, give or take. So you know, it made sense, but like when you look at it, we're like 8 years. So for 8 years, Vega, because like from what I remember of seeing the art, we'll probably see it later in a bit. But from what I remember of the art, like Vega's just like, I think he's in like, I don't know if he's a ballroom or something, but he's just somewhere in like a mansion, and like Balrog's just like sat on a posh chair surrounded by money, and it's like they've literally just been doing nothing. Like they're just doing the same shit that they were doing, like between Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 4. Like those fuckers did have been sat on their asses for 8 years waiting for Bison to come back, and it's like that's it. Like that's all they've been doing. Like despite all the stuff Balrog was doing with Ed and like the still relationship with that, like he just went back to Vegas and just sat on his ass like collecting money for 8 years. Like Vega just left the Shadloo base and just like the burning Shadloo base and just went back to his mansion and was just like, okay, I'm just gonna just throw parties for 8 years. Like what? No, so I think with that one, from what I remember about Ed's arcade mode, he's definitely seen Balrog since, I think, but Balrog isn't with him anymore. Um, like Ed says that, like, you know, I think he still sees, I still think he sees Balrog, but he doesn't hang around. Like they're not actively together at the moment. Um, So the thing I saw, again, I can't judge it fully until I see the full comic, but the bit I saw of Balrog, it was him basically saying that he could join up with Ed, but he's basically like, who his final line is something along the lines of like, I'll go with whoever pays me more, which is like really disappointing to me because it just makes me feel like that whole relationship with Ed kind of didn't mean that much to him, because it's like, you know, you had such a close bond with Ed, you know, growing up with him and taking him under your wing as basically your adopted son. But like as soon as Bison comes back, like your first thing is like, yeah, I'll just betray, you know, I'll just side with the guy who was trying to kill my adopted son. Just you know, if he gives me more money than my adopted son, then yeah, I'll side with the guy that was trying to kill him. Like what? Like you know, and I get it. At the end of the day, it's because Balrog for a lot of this game's lifetime has been, I just want money, you know, and that's fine. That was just his character trait. But like 5 established that bond with Ed, and then to just kind of like not so much go back on it. I definitely think they're not completely giving up on it. I'm not saying they're giving up on Balrog and Ed, but like the fact Balrog would even say that, like I'll go. At the end of the day, I'll just go with whoever pays me more. I don't know, it just doesn't really sit right with me. Again, that's possible. I'm not completely writing it off. Like it's one of those things we'll absolutely have to see, but it's like, it's just at the moment it doesn't, you know, it just doesn't really sit right with me. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's just something we'll talk about it more when we eventually get to that cutscene. But yes, when I saw that little part about it, it didn't really sit right with me. Let them do as they wish. Not even I myself know if the Lord of Shadloo they are so eagerly waiting has returned. Okay, I like that. I like that this new Bison doesn't even really know if the Bison that everybody else fears, you know, is even back yet. They are, I will admit, they are doing a good job trying to sell that, like, this isn't the same Bison. I will give them props on that one. But I do know one thing to be true. I have the power to possess whatever it is in the world that I desire. So I let them play while they can. Cool. Like I am liking the stuff with Bison. I think at the end of the day, my biggest issue is just I just don't like that they've done thingy words. I just don't like that they've just brought back Shadley. So like brought back Shadley at the same time. Like I feel like they really should have just. They should have just held off on this for a bit. Maybe like when Vega, like add Vega, and then kind of have this with Vega, or have this with Balrog or something. It absolutely infuriates me that they have still not added a way for me to give him these in bulk. The fact I still have to do this one by one, like over a year since this game has came out, and this is still the only way to give him items is fucking ridiculous. Like, how have they not changed this yet? I've been complaining about this since like day one. That like I have to manually give him one item one by one. Like I can't just give him like a ton in bulk. Yeah, there'll be something better for him, but it's like normally I think you have to do some of the tournaments in Metro City, and I just can't be bothered. Like I just do the prepaid card method because it's just easier. It's longer and it's boring, but it's easier than what it takes to get the big item that gets him up by like 40. Because they don't make it easy to get. I'm nearly there anyway. So is the horse actually called Tuesday? Or are people just calling it that for fun? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Ah, clicked X again. The reason I chose not to kill you, because my steed took a liking to you, nothing more. A simple pack horse worked until the brink of death. This is cool artwork. Broken and thin, the look in its eyes wasn't that of an animal resigned to die. I knew that it longed to run freely, and so I gave it that power. The horse has psycho power. God damn it. It would overwhelm and kill most creatures, and yet it stood tall. A horse of rare quality he is, as it should be, as it is tasked with carrying me. You are just the same, a simple pack horse. I trust that you will prove yourself to be superior to my steed. Yeah, it's weird, because I swear Nakayama said that, like, he said on Twitter, because somebody asked him what's the horse's name, and he was like, wait for World Tour or something, or wait for the update. And then it's just apparently not even mentioned. Sorry, I was just taking a drink there, and I just emptied a bottle, so that was the bottle popping as I was emptying it. That probably sounded really weird from through the mic. Oh, I think once I finish this, in a minute, I'm gonna take like a little break, kind of go and stretch my legs a bit because I'm on 2 hours now. And then I'll come back, and we'll continue, and we'll do we'll go through the rest of his Bond cutscenes. I'll only be like a couple minutes. I won't be too long. And the last one. Woo! Right, I will be back in a couple minutes. Yeah, so 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. I found a little fan because I'm quite hot in my room at the moment. Because when I stream and do stuff like this, I shut all the windows so I don't get any outside noise in. I'm going to turn it on. If it's too loud or too distracting, let me know and I'll just turn it off. So that's what it sounds like. Just let me know if that's too distracting for you guys, and I'll turn it off. But hopefully it doesn't sound too bad. I'll give it a minute and then I'll start the cutscenes. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell, but yeah, not used to warm weather in the UK. It certainly kicks our asses. Cool, that's awesome. Thank you, I appreciate that. Because that absolutely helps a lot for me. Makes me suffer less, I guess. Messages. Oh, it's just the shit. Oh, right. Oh, shit. Oh, nice. There you go, Balrog Shadley. You gave no other name. I do believe you are forgetting something very important. Huh? Nothing starting with... like Fang Fei. Fang, yes. Wait, no. He's nothing but a peddler of medicines, regardless. If you did not mention the most important person of all, then it is not a true Reedworth. I must look into this further. Oh, I love that. I love that Fang is like, oh, he didn't mention me? Oh, then, you know, Bison's not truly back. Like, it's not him. That's so funny. Cool, right. How am I doing for health items? Not good, and I don't have a lot of money. This is gonna go well. Cool, let's talk then. It seems the Lord of Shadloo had a number of backups should something befall him. The fact I stand here now must be the result of one of these plans. My memories are foggy. There is a possibility that I am an incomplete backup, but that does not concern me. If a perfect copy of myself were to appear, it would simply mean I would have to defeat him. I am satisfied with this body of mine. Okay, that's interesting. So you can kind of look at this then as like... So imagine Seth was... So, okay, so I'll say this, and hopefully, you know, this kind of fits. The feeling I get from that line is this Bison is kind of like, what if Seth managed to get some of Bison's memories and some of Bison's power? You know, he wasn't just, you know, a sentient body that should have just been destroyed or whatever. Like, what if, what if Seth or Abel, like, had Bison's power and had Bison's, like had some of Bison's memories, but was like had no loyalty to everything that Bison was before. Maybe. That's kind of the feeling I get from that line there. That like he, at the end of the day, he very well could just be a spare body. That is purely just, you know, doing its own thing. Psycho power. Gaining this power made me who I am. Each time I use it, the memories flash over my mind. Oh shit. Rose. Nice. Soul power. A power that resonates with and pacifies the key that permeates this world. Nice, they're going into the soul power side of it. And that's Rose and Bison's master. So they did train underneath the same. So they both trained underneath the same soul power master. And then I assume Bison turned soul power into psycho power, and then killed everybody except Rose. I would actually. I hope this is Bison's outfit 3. That would be very cool. There are a number of people who could use it. I was among them, but then I found it. I found the true power that lies on the other side of soul power. Yeah, so he turned soul power into psycho power. Not one of order, but one of endless terrible chaos. I did not hesitate to take it. I relinquished the soul power I controlled. Soul power more powerful than any other. Oh, okay. So he does have some memories then. Like he isn't completely amnesiac, but he maybe not. He doesn't have all of them. Like we said earlier, it's pretty much a sort of middle ground. And in his place was psycho power, endless strength beyond that of any other being. My master at the time tried to stop me, but I had long surpassed him. I was chosen by psycho power. Interesting. So they still didn't really say where psycho power came from, just as that it's the other side of soul power. A single man shall rule over this world. That is what it means for me to be complete. I shall conquer mankind into... Okay, that answers my earlier question then. So Bison still wants world domination. That's stupid. Because that just writes themselves into such a corner, because it's like... They're gonna have to defeat Bison, so it's like... Is it the middle ground where it's like Bison is just gonna lose, but he's never gonna... It's gonna be like Scooby-Doo or like Villain of the Week shit, where it's like... They're gonna beat Bison and it's like, damn it, he got away again, guys. We'll get him next time though. And then the next Street Fighter game happens and it's like, oh, we defeated Bison, and then he like runs away. And it's like, damn it, he got away again, guys, but we'll get him next time. Is that just what Street Fighter's gonna be now? It is only natural for one chosen by psycho power to rule over all. Shadaloo is nothing but a means to that end. If I judge it to be necessary, I will revive the organization, or perhaps I shall mold it to serve me in another way. But what happens to it is none of my concern. Regardless of the path taken, the world shall be mine. It is inevitable, it is unstoppable. Oh, that's cool. That's nice art. They don't... I will admit... They got some really nice art for Bison in this update. Like, they went all out. That was all of his stuff. So I was just catching up on the chat. I think Ingrid would be so weird. I don't know how you could even do Ingrid, to be honest. Because isn't she like implied or something to be like an alien? Like, I don't know if that's the case, but I feel like that was something that they were kind of teasing, was that like Ingrid was some alien type thing. I don't know, maybe they could link her with G, because I'm pretty sure G's an alien. Like, I get a strong feeling that G is not from Earth. So maybe they could do something where like I almost said JP there. G and Ingrid are like alien beings from the same planet or something. It'd be so fucking stupid, but at this rate, fuck it. I'll take it just because it's purely because it's just not Street Fighter 2 plot again. And then we get to my favorite part. Actually, I will probably have to grind money because I will not have enough for consistent blueberry milkshakes to get the extra XP for this goddamn train. So great, you guys get to watch me do the scrap heap minigame. How fun. I love how not grindy this game is. Board breaker. Scrap heap is this way. Can never remember where anything is in this game. Oh no, it's that way. Yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll try and do it all, but if I get bored, then I'll just give up. But I think that's the last thing I need, and I think, to be honest, they usually hide the side missions between like full mastery. And obviously I've not done any of the side quests yet. So, oh, fuck! I forgot about. I can only do scrap heap during the day. God damn it. Yeah, so it's like I'd like to do the side quests because, you know, seems like there's a lot of stuff in there. So I'll try my best. It's gonna be boring as shit. I'm dreading it, to be honest, because I hate doing it. Honestly, felt like Akuma's took forever when I did that last month. I don't know how much XP I actually have left over from everybody from what I did from when I finished Akuma. 68 for Luke, none for Jamie, some for this is like minimal. This will barely get me anything. 853 for Dulcim's not bad. 560. Oh, that's a lot. I'll save that, to be honest, because that'll boost me up quite a bit. Oh shit! When the fuck did I get that much for Ed and Akuma? What the hell? I don't even remember getting that much for them. I'll leave it though. I won't bother doing that until. Oh shit! I could just realize I could read Bison's bio there. I won't bother transferring XP yet until I get past level 10, because I feel like level 1 to 10 is really easy. Like, it's really quick. But once you get from like then 10 to 15 takes a while, and then 15 to 20 like fucking takes forever. So if I can save if I can save as much XP as I can until like 15ish, I'll try and do that, because it'll just mean I'll have to spend less time like on the really grindy parts of the level, grinding. A man who resembles M.Bison, the leader of Shadaloo, who is believed to be dead. He has lost his memories but has violent tendencies. He appears in locations related to Shadaloo, guided by psycho power. Okay. Yeah. Usually it's about 15ish for me, where I just start like wanting to fucking die because it's just that boring. That's just usually how it feels to me. Like 1 to 10, you know, yeah, 13 I could guess. Like I could give 13. Like 1 to 13's fine. It's not too bad, but yeah, once you get past 15, it's like torture. Honestly, at this rate, yeah, I would totally be down for like Street Fighter EX characters, like 100%. You might as well at this point, but you know, yeah, you just never know. I do wonder who they would bring. I think if you asked the internet, I think people would want Skullomania. I don't know if Skullomania would be the best choice, because I mean I love Skullomania. I don't think he's my favorite Street Fighter EX character. I don't actually know who my favorite Street Fighter EX character is, to be honest. I've never really thought about it. Maybe Alan. I do like Alan quite a lot. I like Blair as well. I would like Alan or Blair. I think they'd be fun. Pullum would be really really cool. Man, Street Fighter EX has some really fucking cool characters. Like now that I think about it, oh, I did easy. Shit, I really need to read these things before I just mash X. Oh, like it's torture. Honestly, in all honesty, I straight up wouldn't even recommend doing it. Like only do it for characters you're really interested in, like unlocking all the art. Like I would do it for Elena. Because doing it for one character, like, it's long and it's boring, but, like, you can get away with, like, you can live with it for doing one character. Especially if you just put some YouTube videos or a film on or something you don't mind, like, in the background to just take your mind off how, like, monotonous it is. But don't do what I did. Like, don't do it for every character. It's not worth it. Like, I flat out, I not so much regret doing it, like, I'm glad it's done just because I don't have to worry about it anymore for the whole cast. But like, it's not worth it. Like what you get from doing it, it's not worth it. It's just yeah, doing it for every character. Like I don't know, because obviously I say obviously like I talk about it, but like obviously I still play Mortal Kombat 1. I still come on and do seasons every now and then, and I've been grinding all the characters. Like I've been maxing all the characters as they come out for MK1, and I hate Invasions. I think Invasions is incredibly boring. But I would rather do a full Invasion season than like grind the whole cast of like Street Fighter 6 like in World Tour again. Actually, even like 5 characters in Street Fighter 6, like I would rather do like 2 Invasion seasons. Like I honestly like. Grinding the World Tour style in this game is torture to me. Like it's so boring. And it's funny because I remember like because I remember with Akuma I was getting so bored. I was like every now and then I was like okay, I'll try you know, doing some of the tournaments at Hagar Stadium, and I was just like, it's boring as shit. No, sorry, not boring. Like, cause I was thinking the doing the trains was like, this is boring as shit. I need to do something else, just because my brain's turning into mush. And then I would do the tournaments, and then the tournaments would be so broken, it would just kick my ass. Why is that cut off? That's weird. I don't know why that's cut off. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why the chat's cut off. Like your last message there is cut off a bit. I don't know why it's doing that. But yeah, if you do like when you eventually do get around to doing some World Tour stuff, like genuinely like only do the characters you're actually interested in seeing, and like getting all the art and stuff for, like, because the little movie you get, for like maxing them is like it's pathetic. I actually think it's insulting that that's all they give you for like maxing out the character, like for doing the like for mastering the full Bond like style and Bond. Like it's crazy that that's the only thing they give you. Like it's so pathetic. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Like obviously I know I've seen in the trailer Bison's level 95 just like Akuma was, and it's like Akuma was fucking ridiculous. Like I'm level 95 as well, and he was kicking my ass like left, right and center. So I know Bison's going to be the same, and like I'm not happy with the idea of like every future like World Tour character being 95 and probably eventually, you know, level 100. I think it's just not fun. You know, like I know most people are going to be like over leveled, if they keep them in like the 60s or the 50s, but like it's better than how ridiculous they are when they're level 95. Like if they make like Terry and Mai and Elena like level 95, then like God, like what the fuck? Is that enough money yet? I think. I'll do one more. Yeah, I honestly, I don't get, like... I don't get the damage in this game. Like, I'm level 95, like... As far as I can tell, the gear I have on is the best I have. Like, I've almost fully maxed my, like, skill tree. And, like, you saw, like, when I was doing the fight earlier against one of the Shadaloo, the like, Psycho Power experiment dudes, like, he was melting my health bar. You know, and it's like, what the fuck, like, what do you want me to do in that situation? It's like, I don't get what they want, like, what they want from me. And yeah, I hope Elena's not too hidden. Obviously for me it's a bit harder to tell because I've done all the stories, so it's like I don't really know exactly I couldn't tell you what part of the story Bison unlocks or Akuma unlocks at because I finished the story when the game came out. So, you know, I don't know if Bison's locked deep into World Tour or anybody else, but hopefully Elena at the very least is, like, you know, fairly early on. I think Terry and Mai will be fairly early on, to be honest. I don't think they'll be, like, super deep into World Tour, because I think they'll want as many people as possible to, like, go into World Tour and just almost immediately be able to go find Terry and Mai. Elena, I could see them kind of going somewhat in the middle. I don't think she'll be, like, as deeply into it as, say, Bison or Akuma are. But I don't think she'll be, like, early in. I think they'll definitely be, like, some way into it. They'll let you find her. And it begins. Hope you guys are all sitting comfortably, because it's going to be a long one. Yeah, no, 100%, yeah. Like, Elena's not an endgame type of character like Bison and Akuma are. Like, so in that sense, I can forgive them for having these two level 95. So I just hope more than anything, like, I just hope it's not a consistent thing, like, where every future DLC character is just going to be, like, level 95 or something, or level 100. Because that'd be so shit. Because Akuma was a nightmare. Like, I was getting so angry with having to fight Akuma. He was on crack. Alright, see you in a bit, man. But honestly, by the time you come back, I guarantee I'm still going to be doing this. So, if there's any time to leave the stream and don't go do something else, it's now. Because it's not going to be pretty. Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't put Bison style on. God damn it. Oh, at least I'm getting XP for Red. So it kind of works out. But I completely forgot to put Bison style on. I hate fighting robots so much in these damn fridges. Oh, some of the worst enemy types. To be honest, yeah, like, perfect. Like, that's probably the best thing you can do. I'll do this train ride because I'll just end up wasting the blueberry smoothie I've used. No, yeah, like 100%. Like, if they ever had Alex or Sean, like, I'm absolutely, like, abusing the shit out of the screenshot stuff, like taking selfies with them and that. Like, 100%, I'll be doing tons of that. So yeah, hopefully, I do hope you get that stuff. You get your PC and all that sorted out by the time she's out. Yeah, well, I think Costume 2 is definitely going to be her Street Fighter 3 design. Maybe they'll modernize it or update it a bit. I doubt it, because they've been pretty faithful about everything else. Like, I think Bison's outfit too in this game looks fucking silly, because it's just like, it's really 90s, but like and the design in general is 90s. But like, I feel like with Street Fighter 4 and 5, they made it just look a bit better. They made it more of like a tighter uniform. But the classic Bison costume in this one looks fucking so silly. Especially the giant like shoulder pads, like it looks so early 90s. It's hilarious. So you know, I don't, you know, they're definitely not against like, you know, perfectly recreating some stuff from the 90s that may have arguably, you know, not aged well, if you know, if you would want to say that. I personally love Elena's Street Fighter 3 design. I get the issues with it that people have. I think they're completely fair and genuine, but I still love the design anyway. Like I still think, you know, I would still want it in the game, even if I would, even if I will probably end up using her Street Fighter 6 default more because I really like her default now. But yeah, so yeah, if I totally think her outfit 2 is going to be her Street Fighter 3 design. Outfit 3 I'm definitely interested in. I definitely think that one could be really cool. I do wonder what they would do for that. Yeah, no, 100%. That's completely true, isn't it? Yeah, they did use they did use thingy. I was saying, actually, I'm gonna use scissor kick because fuck it, better than using other shit. If it's such a strong move, I might as well abuse it. Psycho Blitz, and then down is. Can I do down Hadoken? Oh, I can't. Damn it, that's annoying. Yeah, that'll do. And then aerials, aerial Tatsu, aerial that one, and that one. That'll do. Super arts. There you go. Yeah, I saw bits of that. Yeah, that was a really good thread. Like, there was some stuff I completely, like, either completely forgot she had, or stuff I'd literally never seen before. Like, that she's worn in other stuff. Oh, yeah, that was a really good thread. I'll have to find it again and go through it, because I didn't see all of it. I just saw some of it. That'd be cool. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in seeing what they do. I think what they usually do is, I think a trend that they've done is they usually give you a tease of what the outfit 3 is going to be in some of the artwork. Like, for example, like, I could totally see, like, at the moment, if, like, unless Bison's outfit is, like, something completely different, you know, to what's in his to what's in his artwork, I could see his outfit when he was a soul power apprentice. I could see them using that. I could see them using that as like Bison's outfit 3. So if we're lucky, we might get a little tease if Elena has something different in her, like if she has a you know, standout design in her artwork. It'd be kind of lame if it was the school outfit. Like, I'm not against the school outfit, but like, it wouldn't be like the third outfit I would want for her. I'd want something a bit different. Oh, I know. I would love her outfit she wears in her third strike ending when she's in Paris, like the red pants and the white vest, or the white top, the white sleeveless top. I think that'd be cool. I mean, maybe it doesn't have to be outfit 3, but I would like it. I would like it at some point. I've always really liked that design for her that she has in her ending in the third strike. That was a cool one. I think as well, I'm also interested in seeing what they do for Terry and Mai, like for their outfits. Like, I think Terry's outfit 2 is definitely going to be his Garo / City of the Wolves design. Like, I think that's a complete no-brainer. They'd be dumb if they didn't do that as an alt costume. For Mai, I don't know. I could see her outfit 2 also being whatever she has in City of the Wolves, because no way she's not in City of the Wolves. Like, she'll 100%. I think she's already teased, to be honest, now that I think about it. I think you hear her voice in one of the trailers. So I could definitely see them doing like her outfit 2 being, you know, City of the Wolves, but I don't know what they would do for an outfit 3 for her or Terry. I like something new, to be honest. I think like one thing I really liked that they did in Mortal Kombat 11 for the guests in that game is that they gave them an old costume that was like Mortal Kombat themed. In the sense it was like, here's what this character would kind of look like MKified. I know that's a dumb word. And I would, you know, if they do something like that with Street Fighter, like if they do that with Terry Mine Street Fighter 6, like here's kind of like a more Street Fighter like design for Terry and Mai. That'd be cool. Yeah, I think that Mai's definitely an interesting one. I mean, if they're just going to do it purely based on like, this is, you know, like based on her older her designs that already exist like in other games. I think it's Fatal Fury 2 or 3 design. I don't remember. It's the one where she wears like the vest. It's like it's not so much like the full gi, but she's got like the vest and pants or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it is or what game it's from, but she has a design in one of the Fatal Fury games that like they've never really done since, that I've always thought was cool. I wouldn't mind that one, but it is quite a bit similar to her like normal like default design. She has the design she has that old costume from Maximum Impact where it's kind of like Tanuki-ish, like esque, I think, if my memory's right. I don't know if that's like the strict theme they're going for, but it always reminds me of like a Tanuki in a way. That would be cool, but I could see them just doing like a purely new design. Yeah, Fatal Fury 2. Yeah, I always keep wanting to say Final Fight when I like, because it's like three like game series I know that are FF. But it's like Final Fantasy, Fatal Fury, and Final Fight. Like, it's too many FFs. And then obviously JoJo and Foo Fighters, but I don't really get them mixed up because they're just completely different things. Yeah, like I think that Maximum Impact would be good, even if they do it like later down the line, like not even necessarily like Outfit 3 or anything. Like if they just do it like at some point in the future, that'd be cool. But I'm kind of just open to whatever with my really, like, costume-wise, like, it's, like, my kind of expectations are kind of low in that sense, like, well, I mean, not so much low, but I'm just, like, I'm not that terribly, like, I'm not so much like, oh, they need to do this costume, like, I want this costume. I think for me, like, especially when it comes to returning Street Fighter characters, it's kind of like, I would rather, like, my main priority would be, like, do whatever you want with the defaults and the old costumes. Like, just give me the old, like, just give me, like, the nostalgia outfit as an alt, just in case, like, I don't like what you've done. But, which, I mean, I will admit, so far, like, I think I've preferred every new default costume they've done to any of the nostalgia alts for anybody. I think the only one I like probably more than the default is probably Ken's. And it's not even that I think Ken's is bad, I just like... I like how stark the contrast between like Hoboken in his default is to like prim and proper and, you know, clean and styled and, you know, younger Ken in his like classic gi. But like Rashid, like I much prefer his new default design. Like I think his Street Fighter 5 design looks weird now. Oh hey, welcome back, Hyper. I told you I would still be on this by the time you came back. I'm on rank 6 though, which has gone quite quick. I'm quite pleased with that. Oh yeah, like Elena costume mods are gonna go crazy. I honestly, it'd be really cool. I would really love to see a mod for Elena in Street Fighter 6 that just gives her like Makoto's gi. I think that would be really cool. I would definitely... I mean, I don't have 6 on PC, but I would definitely, like... I would like to see that as a mod, just to see how that would look like. I think that would be fun. But yeah, like, I think as long as they do the... I think as long as they do the... you know, Street Fighter 3 design, like I'm fine with whatever they do with Elena costume wise. Like I'm just open to whatever. New existence. I'm sick. No, the coolest hobos are. Man, like I keep thinking, like every now and then, I'm like, because it's the thing with Makoto in 3 is that like she really has such a strong design in 3, and I keep thinking like, how would you do an older Makoto? Because that's one thing I did a tweet about it that did quite well. I think like a lot of people agreed with it, and there's some good conversations around it. It was like one thing that kind of really that does frustrate me a lot with the roster is like, and it's not even so much as a case of like, oh, you know, I want my character, blah blah blah. It's like, you know, this really is the first time. This is the first chance we're ever gonna actually see like the young kids from Street Fighter 3 like actually growing up. Like we've only ever seen them aged down like in all these prequels, you know. And it's like, and like seeing Elena, like it made me so happy, but it also made me so sad because it's like she looks amazing and I love seeing her grown up, and like now she's a capoeira master. Like, that's so cool. And then, like I just keep thinking like it's so cool, but like I want more of it. Like it's such a shame we don't have more of it. Like we don't have, like, how does Sean look when he's older? How does Ibuki look when she's older? How does Makoto look when she's older? And that's one thing I really want to see. Like that's more than anything. I just like more than seeing them playable. Like I just want to see how these characters look older. Like how, like what does an older Makoto look like? I'd love that. And it's why it's such a shame that we've just not gotten that yet. You know, it really bums me out because it's be so cool. Like, what does an older Alex look like? Like, what does an older Necro look like? An older Urian, like, you know, an older Oro. Like, what do these characters look like? Because we've only ever seen them younger. You know, it's just a shame that like. You know, it's really cool to see it with Elena, and I'm so happy, and it makes me so, you know, I wouldn't say emotional, but it makes me just like, it makes me feel proud in a way, because it's like a character that I've seen for so long. It's like they're growing up, and that's so cool. And to finally see them grow up, but it's like, it just makes me lament how so many other characters we've yet to see get that same treatment, that we're probably not going to see get that same treatment. Like, Young and Yang. Like, I'd love to see what an older Young and Yang would look like. Is it going to happen? Probably not in this game. I don't expect either of them to show up. You know, it's a bummer. It really is a bummer. But it's like, you know, God knows. You know, we needed the World Warriors back though. Couldn't do it without the World Warriors again. You know, couldn't see what Makoto or Ibuki or Sean or Young and Yang look like older. No, we just had to see what Honda looked like for the fucking 8th game in a row. Yeah, I think in that sense I'll never not be salty about this game. Like, even if they eventually add all those characters, like the fact it's gonna take so long, like literal years to get to that point, it's just yeah, it just pisses me off. That's why I'm so like love-hate with this game, because I think I do like this game. I think it's a fun game, but like I just really, there's things here and there that just really piss me off about it. Honestly, if they go if they really hone in on the direction for Young and Yang being like street defenders, I would love it if they were more like, if they kind of more streetified. To be honest, the way Street Fighter Duel did a lot of designs, like Ken in a hoodie and like, you know, all these characters in like baggy street clothes. Like, I would like that direction for Young and Yang. Like, maybe still do the have a kung fu side of it. But like, kind of hone in maybe on the urban kind of the street defenders, the kind of, you know, the whole street vibe, the Hong Kong street scene or whatever. I don't know. Like, I think that'd be cool. Kind of honing in on that, and, you know, focusing on the street side of, you know, Young and Yang's character and backstory. I think that'd be cool. But it's just that thing where it's like the sky's the limit. Like they really like have such an open road to do whatever they want, which is why like seeing all the Street Fighter fucking 2 stuff like again and again is so just disappointing. Because it's like you really could have done so many interesting things and you just didn't. You know, like you just didn't. Like the fact it's going to be 2 years by the time the game comes out before we even see like before we get our first Street Fighter 3 character is just fucking insane. Like I don't care what anybody says, like they can't. There's no way you can justify that. And that bullshit thing Nakayama said in that interview with I don't remember who he did the interview with, but that interview I tweeted about the other day, where he was where the guy asked him like, "Hey, I'm a big Street Fighter 3 fan. I think it's really cool that you bring back Elena. Was there a reason why there's just been no Street Fighter 3 characters until now?" Which I'm really glad that person asked, because I've always thought to myself, if I ever get the chance to interview Nakayama and Matsumoto or either or, that was the first question I was going to ask. Was like, why have you just not added any? Like you set the game post 3 and then you like add one after 2 years. Like what's going on? And his answer was such a cop out. Like it didn't even make sense. It's like, oh, we don't pick our characters based on what games they're from. Bullshit. You cannot say that when more than half of this roster is from Street Fighter 2. You know? Like, you can't say that when you purposely designed the character select screen to, like, be in the same layout as the original World Warrior layout. Like, you can't say that you didn't plan for half that roster to be from one game. Like you just can't. Like you don't accidentally. Like, you know, this isn't like oops, all World Warriors. Like it doesn't work like that. It doesn't accidentally happen. And there's even other interviews where you openly admit that from the start you knew you were bringing back Bison and that you were going to skew the game towards bringing back Bison and Shadaloo. You admitted to it. It was GameSpeed. Thank you. Yeah. Like you admitted to it. Like you said that was the plan, but so you knew the plan all along was to bring back Street Fighter 2 characters, but you didn't think about, you know, the ratio character. You didn't think about, oh, you know, we'll take this Street Fighter 2 character, we'll take this Street Fighter 3 character. No, you didn't think about it like that. Sure. Yeah, that pissed me off. That was such a bullshit answer. I actually think for the most part Nakayama and Matsumoto have been pretty straight with their interviews and their answers to questions. I feel like they've been pretty, you know, honest about stuff. Like I think Matsumoto did an interview or something before the game came out, and he basically was like, yeah, we had a DJ because I just thought it'd be cool. Like, you know, he wasn't in 5, and you know, we thought it'd be cool to have like a Jamaican character in the game, so I just added him. And it's like, yeah, no, I think, you know, I think it's I mean, not even a poor reason. Like it's a fairly selfish reason, like I would say. But, like, I totally get it. Like, God knows I would do that. Like, if I was in that position and had that power to add whoever I wanted to the Street Fighter game, God knows it'd be so many Street Fighter 3 characters, you know. Like, people wouldn't be ready for that season pass. Like, a season pass designed by me. Like, people would fucking go apeshit. But I'd be happy. You know? And it's like... You know, so in that sense, like, you know, it takes a lot to, like, be pretty open about, you know, yeah, we just totally, yeah, we added this character from Street Fighter 2 because we're just a mark for them, and we thought it'd be cool. Like, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, if you have the power to do that, go for it. I don't necessarily like the choice, but, you know, no one's going to stop you. But, like, you know, they've been pretty open and honest about everything. And then, like... You know, to then say that in response to that question, it's like, no, you're lying. Like, I'm sorry, like that's not true. Like that's a lie. Like you're lying right now. Oh man, like if we were allowed to pick DLC, like people would like hunt us down. Like people would literally like chase us with pitchforks. People would be disgusted if I had full control over like a Street Fighter 6 season pass. Like people would like have wanted posters of me on the walls. Like it'd be that disgusting. But I would love it. Because it would just be my faves, and you know, like I said, it's like, yeah. So it's like, I don't blame Matsumoto for you know, doing that and having the opportunity. Because God knows, if I had the opportunity to add the characters I wanted because I thought it'd be cool, fuck yeah, I'm doing it. I didn't do a pissing blueberry milkshake. God damn it. You know, like 100% I would do that. So I can't even really blame him for it, but it's just funny to me, like, that answer was such a cop-out. And even then, I had some people in, like, the quote retweets being like, well, actually, if you posted the full quote, you'd see that he said it's also, like, also the fighting styles and locations, like, and, you know, the home countries was also a reason for it. And I'm like, yeah, I totally agree with you. Because someone said that, and then they were like, and that's why they go for the World Warriors, because they fit both of those things. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm really glad they added Blanca in the totally legitimate fighting style of Wild Beast Man. Can't wait to see that in the Olympics. Who's getting the gold medal in fucking electricity, you know? Electricity in the Blanca ball fucking spamming, like, where's the gold medal for that? What a load of shit. And that was the thing I did like another tweet about the other day, because I'm like, man, Street Fighter 2 fans get so defensive for no reason. Like, they can't just take solace in the fact that it's like, you know, they just get all the characters like they want. Like, not all the characters, but like their chances of getting the characters they want are like exponentially higher than anybody else in the series, and they still complain purely just because people aren't like happy with that. Like, no, it's like, not only do you get every character you want most of the time, but everybody else also has to be happy about that. Like, you can't complain about that. It's like, oh, I'm sorry you're a fan of like Street Fighter 3 or Street Fighter 4, but like, fuck you. Like, you've got to be happy that, you know, you're also getting Bison. And like, you're also getting Honda, and you're also getting this character and this character. It's like, okay. It's just so weird to me, because it's like, just be happy. Just be, like, literally, you got Honda. Like, you didn't even have to wait for Honda this time. Like, you guys got exactly what you wanted. But it's just not good enough. It's like, just the fact people are like, hey, I kind of don't like that. Like, just personally speaking, I kind of would have been fine not getting Honda straight away again. And it's like, so you've chosen death, basically. You've chosen for an annoying boomer to now spam your comments with, well, actually, the last time they didn't add Honda in a game, Street Fighter died for 20 years. It's like, shut the fuck up. Honest to God, like, you'd think Street Fighter 3 was, like, the X of every boomer from the fucking early 90s. The way people still go on about how it bombed. It's like, dude, get over it. Like, it was 27 years ago. It's like, honestly, it's like some guy in their 40s going on about a girlfriend they had who broke up with them when they were like 14. It's like, dude, just fucking move on. Like it's been so long now. Just get over it. And it's just, it kills me every time people are like, well, the last time they didn't have any Street Fighter 2 characters, the series nearly died. And it's like, yeah, and it was 27 years ago now, and, you know, a lot of people have come into the series that don't have that baggage. I'm sure most people who are gonna play Elena don't give a shit that Street Fighter 3 bombed probably before they were even alive. But no, Street Fighter 3 must always bear that cross. You know, for the rest of its existence, until the end of time, Street Fighter 3 must be reminded every day of its failures. You know, we can't just accept that, you know, it happened and move on. Yeah, no, like, people are legitimately like it, and, like, you know, it's whatever, but it just makes me laugh when people act like that about a game. It's like Street Fighter 3 purposely, like, came home, like, went to their homes when they were teenagers and, like, shot their dog. And it's like, and they just hold that grudge all these years later, where it's like, man, like, It was 27 years ago, but I still remember the day when Third Strike personally came into my home and single-handedly killed my dog with its bare hands. It's like, yeah, man, like, it's totally not weird that you're still hung up on this one mistake that happened 20 years ago that didn't even really involve you. Dynamic controls available online. I've not used dynamic controls, but I'm gonna say no, because from what I remember them describing, that sounds awful. Like, that sounds completely broken. Like, that sounds like it would break the game. Like, because isn't dynamic literally like you can just win with one hand? Like, you can just you just press buttons with one hand and you just win. Because I'm pretty sure that's what dynamic controls sounded like. Yeah, no, exactly, Santa. That's pretty much, yeah. I pretty much agree with that, yeah. I don't think it's designed to be competitive. I think it's designed for, like, people who have never played a fighting game in their life to, you know, hop on with their family or friends and not get absolutely fucking destroyed. And then, like, lose interest in wanting to, you know, like, I don't think dynamic is meant to be an actual legitimate play style for people. I think it's meant to be a springboard for people to eventually move to modern and then eventually move to classic. I don't think it was ever intended to be something that people legitimately used to compete and, you know, play with. I think it's literally just meant to be a tool that you know, gets you on the path of eventually, you know, learning the game properly and, you know, using modern or using classic, whichever you prefer. I actually don't mind modern, but I'm just so used to classic. But I only use modern in World Tour because it's just like I can just do that with one button, and that's just so dangerous. Like, I love that. But I'm never gonna play Zangief in, like, outside of World Tour, like, or anything like that. Like, I'm never gonna use that move because I'm never gonna play Zangief. So it's like, you know, I'll only ever use modern controls in World Tour because it just lets me use moves I would never use normally, like, really easily. It allows me to be really cheap against the cheap AI. Yeah, sort of, I guess. But yeah, I think I would be interested in the idea of, like, a special, like, side, like, dynamic controls only tournaments, like a side part at Evo where, like, there's not any real serious money put into it, if any money at all. It's just purely like, let's just see how crazy this control scheme can get, you know. I think that'd be fun. I wouldn't mind that. Like, that would be the only way I'd like dynamic to be done in a competitive setting. Is if you just, like, literally just do like a side tournament with no real stakes. It's just purely for fun and just go nuts. Like, just completely break the game. I think that'd be fun, but yeah, I wouldn't want it in online. Cause, like, if you think people complain about modern controls now, like, my god. Like, if dynamic controls could be used online, like, it would cause a full blown civil war. Like, Battle Hub would just be like a minefield. Because you would just walk in, like, because I can walk into any Battle Hub now, and 9 times out of 10 there's an argument going on in the chat box, usually about modern controls. And if you had dynamic involved in that, like, you would just go in and there would just be, like, riots in the Battle Hub chats because people would just be going apeshit. Yeah, no, there's no way. I don't think there's any way you could really do dynamic in online and it not just be a complete disaster. Like, it would break the game. It's fun though. Like, it's fun to have. I'm glad it's in the game. Oh, damn, I got my ass kicked. Yeah, like, I'm glad it's in the game. I think it's fun. Like I said earlier, I think it's good as a sort of springboard for people to, you know, eventually move to classic or modern. But I wouldn't use it as an actual, like, full on, like, I plan to play, you know, properly with this game mode. Like, no, you just can't do that. Because I'm pretty sure when, like, I think when Matsumoto demoed it for, I think, like, was it, why is Game Informer? I think it was Game Informer, he tested it. And he literally just sat there with one hand and just, like, won a match against Nakayama, who was using Classic or Modern. Like, he just sat there with one hand and just destroyed Nakayama using Dynamic, and it's like, yeah, you can't use this outside of that mode. Like, outside of, like, offline. Like, it has to be offline only. I don't know why. Like, obviously, I know because I was saying earlier, like, levels 1 to 10 go quick, but, like, even I'm surprised how kind of, like, quick this has gone so far. I think because obviously I've been building up the DLC, the style points that I had left over on top of, you know, the new ones I've been getting by going through this train. Hopefully I should be able to finish this pretty quickly, because I think the Akuma stream ended up being like nearly 5 hours, which was ridiculous. I don't want to stream for that long tonight because I'm already pretty tired, but I'll see how it goes, I guess. I don't know, to be honest. I didn't really put much thought into it. I just, because I made a few I made a few avatars in the demo because I just wanted to get something nailed down. Because I was just gonna go for the default guy, but I was like, nah, I'll put some effort into it. Like, you know, I'll create my own guy. And I just messed around, and this ended up being like the one I liked the most, like out of all the presets. I wish he was a bit taller. I don't mind that he's kind of like teenager sized, but like, I wish I could have made him a bit taller. But I tried making him taller, and he was like, the way his body was built was like, it's gonna be such a weird specific reference, but do you know that one Family Guy gag where like Peter's like a woman with like really long legs? He's basically got like no middle body, like his legs just go all the way up to his neck, but he's like walking down the street like that. Like when I tried to make my character taller, like that's what he looked like. He just looked like really long legs and like a really tiny body, and it looked awful. So I eventually just settled on this, but story wise, I don't know, I didn't really put much thought into it, which is odd for me, because normally I always get, you know, really engrossed and, you know, making up scenarios in my head of shit I just like to do for fun. But I was just like, yeah, he's just a Street Fighter. He's just Jimmy Street Fighter. I think I was actually, now that I think about it, I think I was gonna name him Ark, like ARK, because I think at the time I was playing Resident Evil Survivor on PS1, and I don't know. I've always liked Ark Thompson from that game. Like, he's not an amazing character. I'm not even going to pretend that he's a good character, but like, he's always just fascinated me for some reason. So I think I was playing RE Survivor at the time, and I was like, oh, no, I might name him Ark. I don't know, I just like the name. And then I remember, I remember realizing what you name your character changes your profile name. So like, if I went on, wrong one. If I want to, I can't do it on here. But if I went onto like CFN or the player list, and like I had all my friends that I have added as a friend on CFN, like, so say like, I don't know, I say like I had like I had you guys on here, so I had like Hypercharge, and I had Sanomorph and EX-Tran, like, sorry, EK-Tran. I had you guys like on my profile, like, on my friends list, and those were your names. When I changed it to Ark, it went from Scotia on that list, but it changed it to Ark. So like, when I would do an online match, it would have my name as Ark and not Scotia. So I was like, that's fucking stupid. So I just changed it. I changed it back to Scotia, which is why my guy is still called Scotia. Because if I change that to anything, if I change that name to Jim, if I went online, my name online would be Jim, which is just like, I still can't believe they tied those two things to the same thing. Like, I don't know why they did that. It's really, really weird to me that like they made that. They tied that name change to this to both. Like you couldn't have like my player profile is Scotia, but my character profile is Jim or Bob or whatever. I did try and make I tried to make Remy once because I saw this account, this Japanese account back when the game came out or when the demo came out, from somebody in Japan who made like a really good Remy in World Tour, and I wanted the recipe but I couldn't find the recipe. So I tried to make it and it looked okay, but it just wasn't the same. But I was really impressed with it. I think I made Joe at one point from Street Fighter 1 because I feel like he was a very basic, he's very basic design. He's like just a blonde dude with like red jeans and like sneakers. So I made Joe at one point, but I didn't stick with him. I just did it for like kind of like curiosity, novel sake of like, can I make Joe from Street Fighter 1? And it's like, yeah, I can. Yeah, it's pretty easy. He's a pretty default generic design, so it wasn't that hard. Honest to God, I will never not hate fighting fridges and robots in this fucking game. It's, cool. Loved how I couldn't turn around there. How will they redesign Elena? Do you mean gameplay wise? Because I cannot answer that. I've never put I've just never put that much time into Elena gameplay wise to go like they could do this and they could do that. Yeah, that is funny. Yeah, you can say that about this game. The only thing I've ever thought about Elena gameplay wise is like I would probably make healing like Super Art 2 for her. And that's about it. Like that's all I've probably ever really thought about Elena, like gameplay wise. Actually, I did think once like maybe instead of healing health, maybe she could heal drive gauge. I don't know if that would work or be broken or not, but I did think maybe that was a possibility. But I think they'll just do health. But if it's like Elena like as a character or like as a story, I said earlier what I expect her story to be, which is like she's communicating with the Earth and the Earth is warning her about an impending threat or doom or whatever. As a character, I don't expect her to be that much of a different of a character. Like I don't expect there to have been any major changes since 3, because out of everybody in 3, Elena probably had like one of the most stable home lives. In all honesty, you know, she has a very loving family. She has a future. She went to university. She studied in an academic field. She's got her shit together. She's not. Her family's not in any danger. Her life's not in any danger. She's not linked to any evil group. Like Elena's pretty sorted, to be honest. Her life's pretty good. In terms of Street Fighter stuff. I mean, even in terms of real life, I mean, I'm jealous of how pretty chill Elena's got it. She just gets to, have fun going around the world and has a pet lion. Like, I think that's pretty sick. So I don't expect any, like, drastic like character changes, like personality changes. I still expect her to be predominantly like just a really nice person who's just really cheerful and friendly and just wants to be friends with people. If anything, she might be a little bit more serious, especially if my theory about the world being in danger panning out. They might make her a bit more serious. So like she's still friendly, but finding friends isn't her sole goal out there. It's not the only thing going for her. Well, Sean's weird because like Sean does have it good. Like he has a really big family, a really big family that will support him. He has Ken. who's obviously not doing great at the moment. He has Eliza and Mel, but other than that, it's like it's one of the shames about this game. It's like we just don't really know what Sean's doing at the moment. We don't really know what he's up to. Like, where is he? Like, what's he doing right now? You know, I would love to know, but I think he's pretty good. He might be back in Brazil. He might be traveling around the world. I mean, we know for a fact he's not with Ken anymore. You know, that's the only thing we do know. I'm about to die. Oh, what a clutch counter. Oh, I don't normally pat myself on the back for gameplay stuff, but I thought that was pretty cool. I think, where would I want Sean to be? I don't know. I definitely think if he does come back, he should. I think his main story or his arcade should predominantly be him trying to catch up to Ken. You know, and getting back on, you know, trying to help Ken and get his life back on order, and then obviously him and Ken would fight. And Ken would be like, no, leave me alone, Sean. Like, I gotta sort this out by myself. And then Sean would probably just stand around and do nothing like everybody else does in World Tour. Yeah, to me, like, the only space that I think makes sense for Sean to be added is the basketball court in the back of Metro City. Like, there's no other place that makes as much sense to add Sean. To be honest, with healing, I think the only thing that really made healing an issue was tying it to Ultra in 4. Like healing in Street Fighter 3 is fine. Like people don't complain about healing in Street Fighter 3 or Third Strike because it's not a problem there, because it's way more manageable, because I can't remember how many bars of super you get for healing. I want to say 1, but I could be wrong on that. But, you know, chances are you're probably not going to do more than 1 healing per match. Like, maybe you could do 2. Like, maybe you could get 2 heals in there if the match goes on a bit longer than normal. I don't know. Again, I doubt it. But the thing with healing in 4 was that by tying it to Ultra, and Ultra being a meter that went up as you got hit, like you were damaging Elena and then just refilling her Ultra. So you would hit Elena, she would get her Ultra, she would do healing, and then you would hit her again and she would get Ultra and she'd do healing, and then you'd hit her again, and it just led to matches being really long, you know. And it was just boring to watch, because you were just watching Elena basically take damage and then just undo that. So they're just large parts of like Street Fighter 4 matches were just being undone by healing. I think the way you fix healing in Street Fighter 4, I think, is you have Ultra only be activated once per match. Like you can only do an Ultra like once per match. So if a match goes on for 5 rounds, for example, like both characters can only do an Ultra once, like across those 5 rounds. I think that probably would have made it fair. Maybe not fair for other characters, but it definitely would have made things fair for Elena. But I think if you make healing in 6 a Super Art 2, like it's not going to be that big of a deal. Yeah, no, 100%, yeah. Like that's probably the easier way of, you know, fixing Elena in 4, is you just make healing a Super instead of an Ultra. And that is probably the easiest way to do it. Yeah, like I'm very confident healing is not going to be an issue in this game. I think Nakayama and the others and at Capcom, I think they understand why healing was so feared, was so kind of hated. You know, I think they're aware of that, and I think that is good. That is definitely a priority for them to not have that be an issue again. And yeah, I think just making it a Super Art 2, I think is probably the safest way to do it. It's going to be effective. It's going to be effective for Elena. It's going to help her a lot, but it's not going to ruin the pacings of the match. It's not going to make her broken. Like if you made it a Super Art 1, then yeah, like that's not a good idea. Whereas like if you make it a Super Art 3, and then she's really not going to use it that often. But if you make it Super Art 2, then it's not going to get spammed like 20 times per match, but it's also, you know, something that she can realistically use in a match. So that's how I would do it. I don't think you need a resurrection type ability. I think that's just pointless, to be honest. Like, I think that's Gil's thing, and even then, I wouldn't ever want a like resurrection like function again. Like, regardless whether it's Elena or Gil. Like, I think resurrection's a fun gimmick for Gil in Third Strike. It's just in Street Fighter 3 in general. But like, my god, is it infuriating. Yeah, like Gil Resurrection like pisses me off because it's so annoying. Because like you work your ass off to like get that health down, and then that fucking guy just says Resurrection, and then it's just like, all that work is just undone unless you can stop him in time, which is it's hard to do, but it can be done. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about healing. I mean, I'm not worried about it anyway because I'm never gonna play this game competitively, so like it doesn't mean anything to me. Like it could be super broken and I really wouldn't give a shit. Like I'm never gonna compete in a tournament or really play online, so you know it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, it is what it is. Like I get why people are afraid, but I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's gonna be that bad. You know. Yeah. It's starting to drag now. I'll try and get to 15, but like before I start using the XP I've got built up. Like, because once it gets past 50, like that's when it really drags. And if I can skip the majority, like if I can use all the XP to get to like 17, like mid to late 17, and then I can just grind the rest from there, I'd be happy. If I could get to 18, I'd be ecstatic. Like, you know, just as long as I can get away with having to not do as much of the 15 to 20 grind, I'd be happy. No, yeah, I know it can be interrupted, but like it's fucky, to be honest. Like it's really, I've never nailed down the perfect time to hit Gil when he's doing resurrection, because sometimes it works and sometimes like he's kind of like invincible. Like you've really got to you kind of have to time it really right, and you have to time the move. You know, in order to make it work, like to be able to do it, and then even then, just like even whiffing it a second or it not working for even a second, like is the difference between like 10% of Gil's health coming back and like nearly 50. You know, if you fuck it up, then you've pretty much got like the full health bar back, and at that point you might as well just throw it around. Obviously depending on your health, but you know what I mean. Ooh. Oh, I'm so tired. But I will persist. I will carry on. Yeah, I'll probably do Terry. I will probably stream Terry. I don't know if I'll do his style. I'll see what his Bond cutscenes are like. I don't know if I'll grind his style on stream, because if it's not much, if there's nothing major, then I'll probably just leave it there. I'm probably not going to bother streaming Mai. It will depend close to the time. I might feel like it when she comes out, but if I had to, if it was right now, if Mai was out right now, I wouldn't stream Mai. So I'm really just not bothered. I'll do the whole lot for Elena though. Like I'll do the bond and the style and all that because it's Elena, and I don't mind doing it for her. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do like all this grinding shit on stream. I'd rather just do it in my own time with, you know, my own YouTube videos on the side that I can just watch and kind of just let my mind just stop thinking about the monotony of this shit. I just realized actually I'm gonna have like when Elena comes out, I'm gonna have my character like doing her like idol stance. It's gonna be really funny to see. Like my character just like moving in all those 72 frames of animations. It'd be fun. It'd be fun. But yeah, won't be happening for a while. At least in some way, like the good side of them taking so long now is that like I won't have to worry about doing any of this again for like quite a long time now. Like I think the fact that I only just recently did this last month with Akuma is I think one of the reasons why I'm just like fuck, like I can't be bothered, because it really was not that long ago that I was doing this. Terry and Mai having a lane change mechanic would be crazy. There's no way it happens, but could you imagine? Or just having like a move that like moves them like back, like towards the screen or away from the screen would be really weird. Yeah, I don't think they would do that. Be funny, be fun to see. Yeah, it's a good question. I don't think I've actually tried the music. I bought like the Third Strike soundtrack with Drive tickets when all the jukebox stuff came out. But I've never made a playlist for it. I don't know exactly how it works. I know it's based on character, which I think is silly to be honest. I would rather base it on stage. You know, like I would rather set the music tracks to the stages rather than the characters, because it's like sometimes I just want to hear Jazzy NYC on in every match I do, you know, or on a particular stage. Like I would put Jazzy NYC on the Metro City downtown stage, you know, because it's probably the stage most similar to, you know, Jazzy NYC. But yeah. Oh. Can you? I honestly thought you could only do it per character. Can I? I won't bother with it now, but I'll keep that in mind for the next time I get the chance. I'll have to look into that, because I honestly thought you could only do it per character. It's really weird. I'll have to have a look next time I get the chance. I won't bother doing it now. Because to be honest, I've taken my headphones off, so like I'm not even listening to the game now anyway. Because there's no point really. Because I'm just doing this strange shit. Favorite SK... Oh, I'll try that again. Favorite SNK character is probably Shingo for me. Big fan of Shingo. I've always really liked him. Favorite like Fatal Fury character? What the fuck was that? I don't know what the I don't know why I don't know why my voice did that. Favorite Fatal Fury character? Probably Kim Jae-hoon / Kim Dong-hwan are probably my two favorites. Probably Jae-hoon just a bit more than Dong-hwan, but I like both of them a lot. Third would probably be Rock. Yeah, those are probably my favorite ones. In terms of KOF as a whole, I like Chris a lot. I really like Chris. I've always thought he's a really interesting character. I've always really liked the kind of misleading aspect of him of being like, you know, this kind of cheery young kid who's kind of like, oh, you know, this little kid's here, and then he just turns out to just be like a sadistic psycho who has reborn as, you know, the will of the planet. I think that's so fucking cool. How does that not hit? There we go. I really like Whip a lot. I really like Leona. Chrysalid is probably my favorite KOF boss. What the fuck was that? Did he hit me? What the shit? What the hell happened there? That was weird. Yeah, yeah, probably my KOF top 5 is probably like Shingo first, then Chris, then Chrysalid, then Whip, then Leona. Yeah, it's probably my top 5. If I had to do top 10, probably no particular order. I'd probably do like Yori, Adelheid, K-Dash. Shit, trying to think now. Maybe Yashiro. Yeah, I don't know if that's 10, but that's the ones. It's the ones I can think of for now. So they'll do. Adam Hunter. I don't know who. That name kind of rings a bell, but I'm not sure who Adam Hunter is. Why do I feel like they're a Streets of Rage character? I don't know if they're a Streets of Rage character. That's what pops in my head when I hear the name Adam Hunter, but I don't know if that's correct or not. But yeah, when it comes to City of the Wolves, I'm definitely, like, the two characters I'm rooting for the most is definitely Jae-hoon and Dong-hwan. But I feel like one or both of them is probably going to be DLC. I'm not expecting him. I'm expecting Kim Kapwan in the base roster before them too. But, you know, they've been very good. SNK have been very, very good with, you know, not forgetting the new Goro cast in the game. Like, you know, they've already shown off quite a few of those characters, which is nice. You know, glad to see. You know, the opposite of Capcom really. Of, you know, they're still using they're still using the new generation they established back in '99. You know, whereas Capcom are just kind of you know, hiding away from them. But SNK have always been like that, to be honest. Like, SNK have always been really open with just like, yeah, this is the new direction, like, this is the new main character, like, it is what it is. And for the most part, like, obviously it's always worked for them. Like, I know they've said in the past, there's been SNK dev interviews where they've said that like K-Dash wasn't as popular as they were expecting him to be, but you know they still stuck with him, and they've stuck and they've continued to stick with him. You know, post the Nesta saga, which is like crazy because you know look at what happened to Alex. You know, it always makes me laugh because there's an image from one of the Neo Geo. Can't remember if it's Pocket or Color. But from one of the Capcom versus SNK or SNK versus Capcom like Neo Geo Pocket games, where there's a little artwork of K-Dash and Alex talking, because neither of them are actually playable in the game, and they're both talking and like, I can't remember who says what, but I think K-Dash is like, hey, you know, we're not playable in this, you know, but we'll be playable in the next game, right? And Alex is like, yeah, of course, we're the new generation. Like, they can't ignore us or they can't leave us out forever. And then K-Dash is like, oh, yeah, sure, right. And then it's just hilarious because K-Dash came back and Alex got fucking dropped so quickly. Man. I have to laugh through the pain. But like that image to me is like the perfect like summary of how like Capcom and SNK like deal with their characters, especially like characters that didn't have the reaction they wanted. Yeah, I love that image, to be honest. I think I might have it saved on my phone because I saw it years ago and I was like, oh man, that's too good. That's too good not to like have on hand. I'll have to try and find it because it's funny, but it's sad at the same time because just knowing what happened to those characters after that image, it's just like, man, it's a bummer. Nearly there. That's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I'd like to try and find the artist though. I don't know who would have done the artwork for that. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Because I mean, I have posted stuff before where I've not been able to find out who the artist is, but I always like to try and at least credit them. Just so people can go and find their stuff. You know, if they want to go and look at look for their other stuff by seeing their name. I've actually stopped tagging people in the actual posts because the amount of bots I was having to like block and like hide replies from, because it was just like they were like replying and like tagging like Daigo Akeno and fucking Kinu Nishimura, and I'm like, God, like, can you, like, just porn bots? And I'm just like, man, like, can we just not do that? That'd be really good if we could just not tag like these really like influential and like really cool Japanese artists with just like pussy in bio. Like, no, I'd rather we didn't include them in that. Whew. Oh yeah, like, man, like I wish I had a time machine to go back and like just grab every last bit of like Street Fighter 3 merch. Luckily, I've been able to get the vast majority of it. Like at the moment, I don't actually even know how many how many books and that I have left to get, because I have the vast majority of them at this point. Like I definitely have more than I have to get, if that makes sense. Like I own more than what's left out there. But it's like it's hard. The hardest part, to be honest, is knowing what exists and what doesn't. Because I remember literally one like. Because some of the manga I own for Street Fighter 3, like the Street Fighter 3 like comic anthologies, I literally wouldn't have known some of them had existed if I just didn't randomly stumble across them on Google while looking for images for the Street Fighter 3 art account on Twitter. Like I'm just trying to find artwork to post on there, and like I just stumble across like this really cool one. I think it's the one by Mine Yoshizaki where it's like it's the yellow background and it's like everybody's chibi, and it's got Alex at the front. I think Dudley and Necro are in the back, like tussling in the back. If people know what that one is, like that one, I genuinely never knew that book existed until I just randomly found an image of the cover on Google, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I looked it up, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Like, because I already knew they did manga for Street Fighter 3, but I'd only thought it was like 1 or 2. What do you mean go? Oh yeah, error warning. Yeah, because I think if you try to put the copy of the game in a different Neo Geo machine, I think it would pop up or something. But yeah, I tried to like. I tried to find like different ones, and it's like luckily I've been able to find some of them because there was another one where it's like there's just it's the journey and the what ends up being the luck of eventually finding someone who is selling like that particular item. Like one of the other ones I've got, like one of the other Street Fighter 3 mangas I've got is it's the one with like the blue background, and I think like you got Elena and Ibuki are like the big characters on the back, like on like in the background, and I think everybody else is chibi. That one, the first time I saw that cover, it was like on this Japanese website like that did like manga reviews, but like the image quality of that like manga cover, the Street Fighter 3 manga cover, was like so pixelated and shitty, like you could barely tell what it was. And like I somehow ended up finding that, and like I have that copy of that manga somehow, like I was able to find it, but like it's literally like needle in a haystack levels of just hope you're lucky enough to just stumble across it, and hopefully find somebody, like just even finding its name is like hard enough, but then it's like finding the name, finding who printed it, finding out someone who's selling it, finding out if they deliver, if the website they're on is even if it's sketchy or not, if the price is decent, if the shipping's not a complete joke, which 9 times out of 10 it is. Because honestly, with the stuff I've bought over the years, like there are some items I have where the shipping was almost double, like what the actual price of the actual item was. Like the cost of shipping, especially from like Japan to like other countries like UK, is just ridiculous. Like it's so expensive. Because I remember I bought the Street Fighter 3 Third Strike PS2 like collector's edition off eBay years ago, and like it turned up and it was in good condition, and I was like really happy with it. And then like 3 days later, I get like a letter from FedEx, because that was who they delivered it through, and the FedEx were like, "Oh, by the way, we because I paid like a decent amount for the item, and then like I paid the person on eBay postage for the item. Like, can't remember how much it was, but it was like it was almost as much as the item itself. Like it was crazy. So it turned up, and I'm like, yeah, cool, nice. I own it. I own Street Fighter 3 Third Strike PS2 collector's edition. Like that's really sick. Like that's another one for the collection. Then like 3 days later, I get a letter from FedEx, and like, oh, by the way, we want an extra $40 for import tax. Like pay it. And I'm like, what? And I looked it up, and I was like, can I get out? Like, can I get away from like, can I get out of paying this? And it was like, no, like. We'll literally like fine you even more if you don't pay it, or sue you or something. I was like, oh fuck, I guess. So I ended up paying like way more for that than I like originally was I guess meant to, based on the original like listing. But it was just like fuck. So yeah, I always try and avoid FedEx, but sometimes like especially people in Japan, like they don't tell you that they're doing it through FedEx or not. like you don't find out until like you get a text from FedEx like, oh, your FedEx parcel will be taken up. I'm like, oh fuck, I guess I'm getting charged extra when that finally turns up. Look forward to that. But you know, it's worth doing it. You know, I still do it. I think the last Street Fighter 3 book I got was, I think it was like the conclusion step Master the Arts book. Because I technically already had it, but there's a big book that comes in the PS2 Collector's Edition for Third Strike. That's a combination of two books, both like secret art, like Master the Secret, like conclusion step books. And I had one of them. There's one with Makoto on the cover. I had that one. I've had that one for years, but I never had the other one. The other one has Chun-Li on the cover. And like technically I already have the book, but like I still wanted the one with just Chun-Li, like separately. So I think that was the last one I bought, but like I really don't know what else there is, to be honest. I mean, I almost, like a couple years ago, I almost bought a box of like 60 issues of like Italian like manhwa that was based on Street Fighter 3. That looked crazy. You had like, it was some of the shit on the pictures was insane. It was like Evil Sean, like Super Saiyan 3 like Vega, like fighting Gil, and like just crazy shit. Like I was really tempted to get it, but it was all in Italian. And obviously I don't speak Italian or can't read Italian, but I was tempted to do a video on it and just going through like, just what the fuck, like what is this? Like what is this shit? Like this is the craziest stuff I've ever seen. Like some of the stuff in the pictures was mad. I unfortunately don't recall some of it. But you had like really crazy stuff. You had like Vega with like honestly like Super Saiyan 3 Goku level hair, like fighting Gil, and you had like Evil Sean with like 6 foot long like dreadlocks and glowing red eyes, fighting like Ken. It was just like, what the fuck, like, yeah, it's just really crazy stuff. But I remember like I was gonna buy it, and then I was like, I just don't think I had much money at the time. Like, well, I had the money, but like I couldn't really justify like buying it just for that. So I was like, I'll leave it. And I never saw that listing again. But it was a box of like 60 issues of it, and it was just like, it was all like Street Fighter 3 like manhwa. I was like, damn. Like it would have been cool to go through and just be like, what the fuck? Because like honestly, I also like like all the Street Fighter 3 manga except for Ryu Final is like gag stuff. Like it's all joke stuff. And to be honest, it's funny going through it. There's one I saved on my phone. I might have to post it sometime on the art account. But it's like a gag comic strip where like I was able to like roughly translate it to get an idea of like what the joke was, because the art of it was hilarious, and I was like, I need to know what the context is behind like what's going on here. And it's like a panel strip with Ken and Sean, and I think it starts off with Sean being like please please train me, Ken. Like he's just begging Ken to train him. Like, and Sean's like, oh, I'll do anything. Like, I'll do anything you ask. Like, just train me. Like, I'll do anything. And Ken's like, anything? And Sean's like, yeah. And then it's like the next panel is just Ken, and Ken's just like, I can't remember what he says, but Ken's just like, yeah, like that's great. You look great, Sean. And the final panel is like Sean dressed as Sakura, and Sean's just crying because he's just like, God damn it. And it's just like, yeah, literally the last panel is just like a crying Sean dressed as Sakura. It's fucking so funny. I couldn't stop laughing when I saw it. It's so bizarre. But like, I just thought it was funny. And like the actual art of like Sean dressed as Sakura is actually like really good. It's not like detailed or anything, but like it's just a really good drawing of it. Like it really sells just how like embarrassed and just kind of like weirded out Sean is by it. But yeah, it's just funny. I think the joke is that like it's not so much Ken like wanting wanting Sean to dress up as Sakura or anything. It's just I think the joke or the point of it is Ken wants his own Japanese schoolgirl student. I think that's the joke basically. It's not so much like a Sean, like an Andy Sean thing. It's just like Ken just wants his own like Japanese schoolgirl student like Ryu has. So he just makes or just his own like schoolgirl student. So he just makes Sean dress up as a Japanese schoolgirl, and it's just like, okay, like what the fuck. Yeah, it's definitely in one of the 4 comas. I can't remember which one it's in. I'll have to dig through it and try and take a photo of the whole panel because it's really funny. But it's just funny because like a lot of the 4 coma stuff, it's like there's different like, obviously like there's different arts and like different panels in each one, but like there's common trends that you see throughout it, of like a lot of writers following the same storylines, and like the one for Ken is like almost every Ken storyline is Ken flirts with Ibuki and or Elena, and then gets caught by Eliza, and like the last panel is like Eliza beating the shit out of Ken. Like it's the most common story you always see in like in any of the 4 comas. It's like Ken tries to flirt with a woman and gets caught by Eliza. Like it's like, I wouldn't say lowbrow stuff. It's like, it's stuff that's kind of like, it's kind of, you know, I'm trying to think of the word, but it's kind of like easy stuff. Like it's not anything that's like, you know, it's not like deep humor or deep laid stuff, but it's just funny. Right, let's see. Let's see what I can get for Bison now then. Let's see where all this is going to take me. But yeah, I think the hard part for me now with where I'm at with my Street Fighter 3 collection stuff is like, it's just what else is there out there that I need, that I can get. Like, it's really hard now. Because it's just, it's knowing what's even, like, what even got made back then. Like, what even exists. I think the closest I've ever seen is somebody I follow on Twitter, and he follows me. He's called The Shend. And he calls himself the Street Fighter 3 archivist, and he honestly, like, his stuff is great. Like, if you ever just care about Street Fighter 3 in general, like, he's definitely like a very easy follow. He kind of specializes in like mostly like game footage, like you know, memorable matches and stuff from across, you know, all the years of Street Fighter 3. Yeah, just Honda alone nearly did an entire level. That's crazy. Yeah, like, he mostly specializes in like posting like old match footage of Third Strike and other stuff. But he does other stuff as well, like, you know, with Street Fighter 3. But he posted a photo of his collection not too long ago, and like, he had so many books that's like way more than I have, and it's like, I keep meaning to ask him, like, can you like take a picture of like what these books look like so I can at least have something to reference. I'll try and find it. I'll finish this, and then I'll look up on Twitter what his handle is, and I'll get back to you. Oh yeah, this is the good stuff. Just skip. This is what I wanted. Just to skip all this shit. Nice. That definitely eases a lot of that final grind. I've only really got to do 1 level now, or 1 level and a bit. Sweet. Right. Yeah, it's good to take a break now anyway, because I've been doing that for like nearly a solid hour. My brain's mush. I'm actually really surprised at how much that tweet I did about with the picture of like how, like, the meme picture that I edited was like, how can I make this about Street Fighter 2? Like, I'm really surprised how much that blew up. That's almost at 5,000 likes now. I was really like, shit. I didn't expect it to get that many likes, or to really get noticed by that many people. I literally, like, I was walking my dog through a field, and I saw Twisted Riviera's tweet, and I just replied. I just literally downloaded that and like got the I got like a Photoshop app and like just scribbled like black over the like, how can I make this about me, like the me part, and then I just typed Street Fighter 2. and just left it. And then like by the time I got home, it was already like starting to blow up. I was like, what the fuck? I think I found your long-haired cover art. Which one? Which long-haired one? What was I looking for? Yeah, the Shend. It's literally just at the Shend. I'll copy and paste it into the chat so you guys can grab it there. So just give me a second. I'll put this in the. I'll find the stream and put this in the chat. There you go. But yeah, definitely give him a follow. He doesn't tweet a ton, so don't expect like tons of stuff being posted every now and then. But like when he does post stuff, like it's usually pretty good. And like he is like I always consider myself a huge fan of Street Fighter 3. Like that dude fucking loves Street Fighter 3. Like he's he's one of those people you can tell that have like dedicated their life to like solely one thing, and for him that one thing is Street Fighter 3. So I always tip my hat to him because he definitely is a fan of Street Fighter 3. There's no doubt about that. Oh, almost there. I definitely think this one wasn't as bad as Akuma's. Like Akuma's honestly felt like it went on forever. Like man, like that shit just dragged like hell. I think it definitely helped having all that XP saved up, but I think what I'll probably do is I'll probably save up. Because I'll grind Terry and Mai in my own time. More than likely. Definitely for Mai, probably for Terry. So I'll probably save all their XP for Elena. Like all the XP I get from grinding them, I'll probably save them for Elena so that when I stream Elena and I try to max out her style on stream, like I'll just should hopefully have so much XP that it'll take like half the time. Because I should have some by May next year. I should definitely have, you know, enough to do that pretty comfortably. Elena speedrun, yeah. It's mainly just because it's like I know how boring this must be to watch, because like God knows it's boring to me, and I'm the one playing it, you know. So like at least I'm using some of my brain function to like do things while this is going on. Like you guys just have to watch this. I always feel bad for you guys because it's just this can't be entertaining to watch. Maybe to listen to, but like I can't imagine sitting here and watching all of this. It bores me to tears. Like I said, I'm the one playing it. But, you know, I think I do it so that you guys don't have to. you know. Hopefully you get to watch this stream and then go, cool, I've seen all the Bison stuff, I don't have to ever actually grind his stuff out. Yeah, no, it's the best way to go about it. It's just, if it was me, if I was watching someone else do this, I'd probably like minimize the tab or have the tab open somewhere else and do something else and like just listen to it. I wouldn't bother watching it. Oh, cool, we're on the last level. We can do it. I'm actually not doing too bad for money. That's good. I should level up soon. My character rank. The max level's 100, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's 100. So I'm almost fully maxed out. Not that it's gonna make a difference. I'm still gonna fight someone who's probably level 80 who's gonna wipe my health bar. That's usually how it goes in this game. Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, sorry for not talking, by the way. I think my brain's just finally turned to mush, so like I'm literally just sat like dead staring at the screen, just getting through this last bit of this last level before we can finally move on to actually interesting stuff. Oh, nice, cool. What are you drawing? Anything interesting? Oh, cool. Hopefully that's going well. No, that's not where I wanted to go. Oh, thank God, sumos. Never been so happy to see sumo in a Street Fighter game. Because I don't know why these guys give Honda so much like style EXP, like a stupid amount of EXP. These are honestly, for the most part, my main source of grinding, or like getting style points. Because they just, I don't know why, they always give a stupid amount, and it just saves a lot of time. That was usually in the third one there. Oh no, somehow still alive. No, now I'm dead. I hate you always watch this dumb animation every time. Like, win or lose, like, you gotta waste so much time just watching the animation play out. Oh, come on! Some moves in this fucking game are so annoying, like, it just doesn't matter what you do, you just get hit by it regardless. Does my head in. Like, why can't I skip this? Why do I have to watch that pose every time I finish a match? I just waste so much time. I'm still shocked Cody isn't in the game yet. And there's like no real sign of him coming anytime soon. Like, there's no real strong hints outside of, I think, Nakayama saying that like he wanted to add Cody in the game like day one, but didn't for some reason. I do expect him in the game eventually, but like, it's just crazy. Like, it's just no alpha characters, no Final Fight characters. Like, this roster's so fucked. Like, it's all literally just to get Street Fighter 2 in. Like, literally, now, like, I can't think of another example of like off the top of my head of like just a developer or something having like such a cool like table laid in front of them, like for them to, you know, sit down and actually like do some cool stuff with, and then they just literally just throw what's on the table on the floor and just put like down the same old like dry mat to eat off that they've been eating off for like 30 years. Like, this game is just so, like, could have had so many really cool things. Like, could have had Cody as the mayor again, could have had, you know, Final Fight characters, could have had Hugo, could have had Alex, could have had Sakura and Viper and Q, and it's just like, nope. All Street Fighter 2. Like, what the fuck? Oh, these fucking robots, man. I look forward to not doing this again for a very long time. As in a couple months. I will try and stream some of my reactions to Evo. I've never really done it in the past, because in the past, usually when like all the top 8s are on, it's like pretty late for me. But last year, I don't remember it being too bad. I think the only top 8s I didn't end up like, or the announcements I didn't end up watching were like, I want to say, like maybe Tekken and Street Fighter. Like I think Strives was the only one. Was the only announcement was the last announcement I saw. I saw the others, so I don't mind trying to stay up, because obviously I'm not playing anything like this. Like I'll be tired, but like I don't mind watching like top 8s and stuff, just to get reactions out there for whatever's announced. Like it'd be cool to see Terry, like the teaser for Terry probably, and whatever SNK's got cooking up. I think they've already said they're gonna show off new characters for KO 15, which is interesting. Funny enough, I'm actually not that bothered about the actual characters for KO 15. Like I'm expecting a Street Fighter character or two. The main thing I care about for KO 15 is like I just want Chrysalid. Like I want them to do a boss challenge, and I want them to do Chrysalid. Like if they don't do a boss challenge, or they do a boss challenge and don't do Chrysalid, I'll be so gutted. This is really Chrysalid's like last chance. Like if he's not going to be in this, then like I'm not seeing him anytime soon. And I really want Chrysalid back. So yeah, that's honestly where most of my focus for KO 15 goes. It's like I hope there's a boss challenge, and I hope it's Chrysalid. Other than that, like I'm not bothered about who they actually add like season pass wise for KO 15. Like I'm expecting Shenwu, because he's probably the most requested character at this point. Whether or not they do him or not, I'm not bothered either way. I do like Shenwu, but I'm not like a man like he has to be in the game. Blah blah blah. Like if he's in, he's in. If he's not, he's not. There's other characters I really like with KOF that I would love to have back, but I don't expect them, or I'm not like strongly desiring about them. Like I would love Seth. I would love Mian. Like tons of characters, but just go away. Just go away and see what happens. I'm not gonna have enough. I'm gonna have to go back in that train again. Damn it. Well, at least I'm really close. Probably don't even need this, to be honest, but I'll use it anyway. Ooh. Oh, I've been sat for too long. Yeah, what else is there? Tekken. But if the leaked or the data mined Tekken 8 characters are real, which they most likely are at this rate, I literally couldn't give a shit about what Tekken's got coming up. They've already the first two characters are the only good ones in my opinion. I'm actively like not happy with the other two, but I haven't played Tekken 8 in ages, so like I'm not that bothered anyway, I guess. MK1, they'll probably show a Takeda trailer, which will be good. I'm excited for Takeda, but not like super like, oh my god, like can't wait to see that. Like yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it, but nothing like that. So to be honest, I'm not expecting a huge ton of stuff, to be honest. I expected it to be some good stuff, but nothing like earth-shattering. Like, I don't expect anything massive. We'll probably get a release date for the Marvel collection, which is good. I hope to God they do like a 3D Capcom fighting collection. Like, I need rival schools. I need rival schools on modern consoles. Like, I so desperately want to put serious time into those games. Yeah, I'm finally done. Yeah, I so desperately want to put like serious time into those games and like really do like I would love to do a ton of videos on them because I really just love the idea of rival schools. Like from what I've played of it, it's such a fun game. But it's just getting your hands on them. It's just it's getting your hands on them and all that. It's just annoying. It's just tough and annoying. We're finally done though. We have maxed out Bison's style ranking. So I'm gonna go eat some food, and then in the game, not in real life. I'm gonna go eat some food in the game, and then I am going to go back to the base, and we will fight Bison a stupidly large amount of times. He will kick my ass multiple times, and then we will do some side quests, and then we will be done. I reckon we've got another hour, probably, and then I'll probably be done. So, yay, because I'm very tired. But, we move. We keep going. Right, let's go then. A crass vagabond, a blonde idiot, a kung fu wench, a renegade doll in a leotard, and a soldier with an absurd haircut. Do these 5 fighters sound familiar? The psycho power within me boils whenever their images flash across my mind. The feeling of being manipulated by fools whose faces I do not recognize disgusts me. I do not know what awaits you, but you will look into their relationships with the man named Bison. Okay, there's our first side quest. Let's go do that now. Talk to the crass vagabond. So basically it's Ryu, blonde idiot is probably Ken, kung fu wench is Chun-Li, renegade doll is Cammy, soldier with absurd haircut is Guile. So we'll go Metro City first, because that's where most of them will be. No, I say most, but you know, it's 2 of them. We'll talk to Chun-Li first. We were doing Bison, but now we're doing Bison side quests. So hold off on fighting him just yet. Yeah, I did think that, to be honest. You could probably apply most of them to probably Shadaloo people as well. Like blonde idiot could be Vega. Doll in a leotard could be like DeCapre, or even Cammy again. Yeah, true. I actually didn't think about that. Yeah, that could also be Ed, couldn't it? That's funny. Oh, why am I fighting Ken? See, this is what I mean. Like, he's level 88. Look at the damage he's doing to my character. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, what does the game want me to do when he does that much damage to me? What's with the angry fight, Michael? That's you being touched by M.Bison's psycho power. Oh, okay, so it doesn't matter if I lost that. What was your relationship with M.Bison? He once took advantage of my weakness and controlled me with that psycho power of his. Oh shit, they've just made Violent Ken canon then. Because I think Violent Ken's story in Ultra Street Fighter 2 is that he's controlled by Bison. Because I think that's from the movie as well, the animated movie. I'm pretty sure Bison controlled Ken in that movie. I don't know, it's been a long time since I watched that movie. Yeah, honestly, it's the story of this game. Like, they literally do one combo and do 90% of your health. You, like, you play like Daigo, and you do, like, barely, like, a third of theirs. It's ridiculous. It's so unbalanced. Most times, though, I was running around trying to stop his evil plans. We definitely weren't lunch break buddies, that's for sure. Now that he's gone, I have a new enemy to focus on. Joke's on you. Well, at least I know I don't have to win. I'll just let myself get beaten up. Can you imagine if they like do 4 characters a year and one of them is Violent Ken? Like, could you just imagine that? That'd be so crazy. Like, I actually wonder, like, would people just flat out riot? Like, if they did that, if they were like, even like Evil Ryu and Kage, like, I didn't like Kage anyway, but I'd be so pissed if Kage took a slot in this game at this point, considering how, like, precious the slot is in this game now. Like, when you're getting 4 characters a year and you're using one of them on Evil Ryu, like, I'd be so pissed off. Oh my, what's the matter? What was your relationship with M.Bison? Oh, so I don't have to fight all of them. Where did you learn that name? I'll explain things, but I need to confirm something for myself first. Prepare yourself. Oh, okay. Just got to fight. There you go, that was quick. Just immediately wiped out. That's funny. Yeah, no, like you would have to absolutely make that 5 characters. Like you could, or just make them free, or a costume or something. Like you couldn't. You just can't. I mean, they easily could. Nobody would stop them. People would still buy it. But it'd be so ridiculous if they did that. As for your question, Bison is not someone worthy of mention. He was the leader of a criminal organization my father was investigating. When my father disappeared during his investigation, I decided to go to Bison myself and get some answers. All by yourself? No, I had plenty of allies who were also after him. Ryu, Ken, Kami, and Gao fought with him many times. He kept coming back using a different body each time. And your dad? I never found him. During one of our battles, Bison told me that my father did actually find him. But if he was confronting Bison, I don't believe my father had any chance of surviving. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. My father's will still lives within me. There were times when my desire for revenge came close to swallowing me whole. But it also motivated me to work for peace just that much harder. See, that's what I love about, you know, Chun-Li post Bison, is that she's just in such peace with her life and where things have gone, and, you know, fighting for the future. And now that Bison's back, it's like that's just kind of gone now. I mean, not gone, but like it just opens her up to going back to how things were before, which I just hate. Yeah, no, it is a lot of stuff that goes into it. I do understand that, and I do respect that, but it still doesn't make it any less of a shame. You know? I mean, even 5 characters a year, I would be happy with. You know? I think a character between like the 2nd and 3rd character, like if you did Bison, say for example you did Sakura, just to name a character. It was a 5 character season and you had Sakura. You could have done Bison, Terry, Sakura, Mai, Elena. You could have done Sakura, like, because say Terry September and Mai is January. You could have done you could have done, you know, Sakura in like November, or moved Mai to like February or March and done Sakura in like November or December. They just would have made things, just made the pacing of the year just feel better. Like it didn't feel good in year 1, and it's not going to feel good this time. Yeah, and obviously it would have just been better, wouldn't it? It would have just made people happier. So he spoke to Will, turned into a brawler, and I go figure, who the fuck is Will? Sounds like he'll be just fine then, thanks. Oh, this is a side quest shit I did for Guile ages ago. Cool, don't care.
What is it?
Yeah, no, 100%, yeah, you could have had, like, you finally could have given reps to both of those games, like, without, like, without sacrificing having two SNK characters, which I still think is shit. I would have only just done the one. What was your relationship with M.Bison? Oh, sorry. Did I never tell you about him? M.Bison was an evil that had no place in this world. He had some of my most trusted friends. There's been nothing from M.Bison since he dealt that final blow a few years ago. But there's plenty of holdouts from Shadaloo and his associates. They're still worth stopping. That's why I'm doing all I can to train my crew and get them ready for what may be coming. On that note, let's see what you got. Cool. Yeah, man, this is just bumming me out because it's seeing all these characters and how they've moved on from Bison, and it's like just knowing that he's back. It's just like, obviously I know it's not him, but just knowing that he's back, it's just sad because it's like, man, they established this world, like this post Bison world, and they've just gone back on it. It's just sad, you know. It's just sad that they established this world that moved forward knowing that they were going to move back. It's just a shame.
What is it?
Gotta get better at that. So yeah, honestly, like if I wish, to be honest, I have actually thought about doing a video like fantasy booking, like why my Street Fighter 4 that follows on from 3 would be. The only thing that stopped me is like I would need a lot of art, and like I can't draw for shit. So I would need to like commission someone to like draw like a shit ton of art, and like it's gonna be expensive. So it's like, you know, I can try my best to find a middle ground, but it's a lot of work, and it's, yeah, I don't think I'm in the best spot at the moment to get a video like that done. But it is something I do want to do. Like I would love to like just do a video like here's how I would do Street Fighter 4 that continued from 3. You know, I think it'd be fun, but yeah, just not in the best spot at the moment to do it. Yeah, no, it's a massive project. Like it would take a lot of time, a lot of money to get done. But you know, if done right, I think it would turn out really good. What's with that face you're making? You look uncomfortable. You know, M.Bison, that's a topic I'm not fond of delving into, but I'm an artificial human created using Bison's DNA. Cool, so it confirmed she's a clone. We knew that already, but more confirmation's good. I was brainwashed by his psycho power and forced to be his pawn. When the brainwashing was finally undone, I did everything I could to fight against him in Shadaloo. That's the long and short of it. Now it's your turn to do something for me. I'd like to spar with you for a bit. Sick. Thank you. That'll be good. If you ever manage to get it finished, like, feel free to send me a link. I would love to check it out. For a moment there, it was like I could feel that madman Bison in you. I won't tell you to stop learning from whoever is teaching you, but it's for your own good when I tell you not to get too close with someone who could be dangerous. And then it's the Cross Vagabond. Yeah, making a ranking of like the strongest Street Fighter characters, because it's like, I think the bottom and the top is easy, but to me it's the middle. I would really struggle with the middle. Like, where would I put characters here and there? All I know, for me, it's like, for me, Oro is top, Dan is bottom. The rest, it's like, you know, a jumbled mess. But even then, like, I could totally be up for debate about, you know, who you would consider top and who other people would consider bottom, etc. Something about you seems to have changed, spar with me. Yeah, no, yeah, like, the top 5 and the bottom 5 are incredibly easy. Like, you could pretty much, like, barely think about it. Yeah, like 100 plus, 100 plus characters. It depends as well, because it's like it depends if you just do the mainline games, or if you want to be even more insane. You could include Street Fighter EX characters. You could include like Street Fighter the movie characters. You could include Final Fight characters, Slam Master characters. Just crazy, crazy shit. I thought I felt the influence of a man known as M.Bison, but it must have just been my imagination. What was your relationship with M.Bison? It's a long story, to be sure. M.Bison desired my body as a part of his plan for world domination. He thought he would be invincible with his power in my body. We exchanged fists on many occasions. Other fighters, including myself, have defeated him and foiled his plans a number of times, but each time we did, he'd appear again in a new body. Eventually he was destroyed and defeated for good. Lol. They make some polls on the post on what thing, and I do have the rules made. Oh, that's cool. He was consumed by his own power and crumbled alongside Shadaloo's secret base. If not for his evil heart and power, he would have been one of the greatest martial artists to ever live. Fair enough. And then back to M.Bison. I see. Each one of them has a dreadful run-ins with the man known as M.Bison. I have no interest in being tied down by such a past. I will use this power of mine to sever these unneeded ties. However, they may be fine opponents for the seemingly insatiable hunger of mine. I like how he's kind of like, yeah, I'm not gonna let like my past feelings for these people get in the way, but I'm still gonna destroy them, which is exactly what my past self would have done. Like, it feels on the nose, like they know that it's kind of like they're aware that that's kind of like not hypocritical, but kind of like they know that's what Bison would have done, you know, like anyway, like they're aware of that. I definitely think, I don't know, I get the feeling that doing it in a way where it's like this new Bison shares like almost like is almost exactly the same as the original, but because of the kind of amnesia that's kind of like affected his mind at the start of all this, I feel like he's kind of just like he's doing and thinking things and saying things that the old Bison would have done, but because he doesn't associate himself with that past Bison, that he's like, oh yeah, that fucking loser, like, yeah, I'm not like him, and then just proceeds to do exactly the same stuff that other Bison would have done. It's an interesting way of doing it. It just depends. It depends what the end goal is. Like, if he just becomes that Bison again, then it's just boring. But if it's like actually kind of him, like if he realizes this and goes like, oh no, like I actually haven't changed at all, like I don't like that, it could be interesting. I'm not hating Bison so far. Like, I think the way they've done this is interesting. Again, my main issue is that I don't like that Shadaloo is back. I think it would have been far more interesting if Bison was just, you know, on his own. Like, this was him just completely, you know, on his own without Shadaloo. Balrog Vega. Name spoken by the so-called residual memories. I grasped within the deep reaches of my own memories for answers, yet I found only more mysteries. Find them, that is your mission. Oh cool, I get this mission as well. Now go. Where do I start? Oh, cool. Just fight him. That was obviously going to be the outcome. Level 100? Are you daft? Are you dumb? What? I thought he was meant to be level 95. What the hell? So where do I go? So where do I actually go? Oh no, it's here. I'm gonna have to go back to Metro City and then go back. I'm probably gonna have to defeat him at level 100 in order to like move to actually like I think move on with this with this quest. It's the only thing I can think of. Oh no, never mind. I've heard. You were told to look into the names Vega and Balrog. Yes, it is indeed true that they were both officers of Shalu, but they were nothing special, not truly important. Allow me to make some preparations to assist you in your task. First, let's see. Yes, first go to the Colosseo in Italy. I will ensure that you will find a clue that will assist you in your search for Vega. Okay, cool. I don't have to fight level 100 Bison. Cool. To the Colosseum. It's weird though, because I swear in the trailer they put out for Bison when he came out, he was level 95, because I took a screenshot of it and was like, for fuck's sake, because that's the level that Akuma was at. I didn't know he was going to be, I didn't know Bison was going to be level bloody, like, fucking 100. That's crazy. Oh, here's Ignacio. He's not going to talk to me. Minox? Minox? Are you foos? Okay, hold your freaking horses, I'll explain. You're going to fight with him here, according to what Fu said. Apparently you have to fight in the most beautiful way possible, whatever that means. Okay. Win without taking damage. Sorry kid, I have to body you. Fuck! Well, this is gonna suck. If it's actually Vega's son, that would... Oh, you fucker. The exact same way again. I hate that I can't just automatically restart. I've got to talk to this kid every time. I hate how little damage that did. Like, come on. Oh shit, that's not good, that's not good, that's not good. No. No, 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 no. Not like this. You're kidding me. You're actually kidding me. Why did I jump in? I don't believe that. He was one hit away. I hate this. This sucks so much. Oh, why do I keep trying to jump in? I hate this. I hate this so much when it's like, do this thing without taking damage. It's like, yeah, it'd be easy if the character, like, if the character actually took damage like a normal character. I didn't have to, like, absolutely work. Oh, what the fuck? I need to stop jumping in. Like, it's actually a problem. Why didn't I get the fall? Fuck you. How are you not dead? Fuck you. That sucked. Well, that was mainly that was almost entirely my fault, but you know, whatever. It's done now. Kind of looks like me a bit. Like kind of looks like my character a little bit. Just like sicker. Like just looks more ill. Well, that certainly seemed beautiful enough. Not that I would know. Oh, nice. I got a Vega's mask. Fu said to take that mask and give it to a guy named Fang Fei. You know, good thing I have lots of tickets. With the amount of times this game sends me back and forth between places. The worst was Akuma, like... They sent me, like, literally back and forth between the same two areas, like, 4 times during the Akuma stuff. It was ridiculous. Wrong way again. No, well, that was going the right way. No, wrong way. Ah, there you are. Yes, yes, the mask. Mr. Fu informed me. It's proof that you fought beautifully. It apparently can also be used as a means to contact someone. However, I am but a humble peddler of medicines and have no knowledge of such things. Is there someone you are looking for? You must next go to the underground stadium in Neishal. That is what Mr. Fu told me. Thanks, man. It seems you've been tasked by this bison to look into me. Normally I would have no interest in speaking with someone I've never met, let alone heard of, but consider this as thanks for your assistance with Ignacio. My name is Vega. You may call me by that name, but if you wish. Okay, cool. I literally had no time to fucking read those texts. I did not much care for the organization in the first place. Cool, so here's Vega. His design is literally the same. Yeah, this is the one I saw Vega. Yeah, so this is what he's been doing for 8 years. Okay, yeah, so I'm even more confident because I didn't see that second part. I just saw the screenshot of Vega sat on the couch. Yeah, 100% Vega is going to be playable. Like I'm extremely confident he's going to be in season 3. But, my name is Vega. You may call me by that name if you wish. Some also call me Balrog. So they are just like completely going like, hey, like all three of the kings, like they just swap names. I think that's a dumb way of doing it. I get it's because it's like to just make it easier in sense of like, oh, you know, all the names are canon. That's just dumb. Like, just keep it the way it was. Like, I feel like people already found, you know, the way to do it by just calling them Claw, Dictator, and Boxer. I'm going to be honest. I'm of the minority, especially in this, you know, hemisphere, this side of the planet. I actually prefer the Japanese names for the three kings. I know most people who I'd say that to are like, I think that are disgusted by that. I prefer Balrog for Claw. I prefer M.Bison for Boxer. I prefer Vega for Dictator. I still call them by their English names because it's just what I'm used to. But yeah, I actually do prefer those names, the Japanese names for those three. I think this is a weird way of doing it, though, of just being like, hey, you know, I've also been called Balrog in the past, when it's like, you clearly haven't. You've always been called Vega in English, and vice versa. You've always been called Balrog in Japanese. You know, in the Japanese version, do they say like, hey, or some people also call me Vega? Like, no, like nobody has ever called you Vega. Like in the Japanese version, like nobody has ever called you Balrog in the English version. Like, okay, this is weird. I think it's a weird way of doing it. It feels like, again, just feels like a weird like middle ground cop out of just like everybody's right, and it's like, yeah, but it doesn't really work like that. Like, you can't really be right. Like, you can't just suddenly make everybody right when it's never happened before that way. But you know, it doesn't really matter. People are still going to call him Vega in English, and people are still going to call him Balrog in Japan. And most people are just going to meet in the middle and still call him Claw anyway. Ugh. Neither are my true name, of course. They are no different than my title as one of the kings of Shadlu. These names are but a smokescreen meant to protect the leadership of the organization from identification. I did not care much for the organization in the first place. I've never desired absolute power. I'm the master of my own castle after all. However, I admit to having found some hint of beauty in the crazed ambition for world domination. So if this reborn leader of Shadlu tale is true, if this is to be the beginning of a new age of madness and blood, perhaps it will be time for me to take up my claw once again. You may inform your leader of this. So this is what bothers me, because he says, you know, I did not care much for the organization in the first place. That's kind of true. That's always been the case, I feel like, with Vega. Like, he's always kind of just been like, yeah, I'm here just because I've, you know, it just allows me to just, you know, be weird and freaky and do, you know, creepy shit. But he's like, I've never desired absolute power. I'm the master of my own castle after all. I don't know about that one. I'm pretty sure in Street Fighter 4 his motivation was like he wanted like eternal beauty, like he wanted to basically like steal the body switching stuff from Bison, but that never really went anywhere. I'm the master of my own castle. I guess when Bison's not around, like when Bison's around, you're just another lapdog. I admit to having found some hint of beauty in the crazed ambition for world domination. There you go. Okay, now he's admitting that, you know, he's just a lackey for Bison. So if this reborn is true, this is the beginning, then perhaps it'll be time for me to take up my claw once again. That's what I was saying earlier. This is kind of what bugs me, because it's like, this is why I think Vega should have been added before Bison, because by doing Bison now, we just immediately jump to this. Like, we could have built up to this by having Vega playable, and then we could have done, like, we could have had all the stuff. We could have explored what has Vega been doing. We could have done this stuff with Ignacio, who's obviously more than likely going to get explored when Vega is inevitably made playable. You could have done all this, and you could have explored like what has Vega actually been doing since Street Fighter 5. Like, what has he been doing throughout Street Fighter 3, and then the gap in time between 3 and 6. All we see in that artwork is him just sat on his ass in his fancy castle with his butler and this kid. You know, what has he been doing? Evidently he hung up his claw, so he has just effectively just been sat on his ass for like 8 years doing nothing. It's a shame. It feels like a waste. I feel like they could have done so much more if they had just done Vega. If they had either done Vega first or just left Bison for later, because we could have got to this point in like season 4 or 5 with Bison, and we could have done all this, and then we could have actually gone to meet Vega, and we could have had a bit more of a direct conversation with Vega, where Vega's like, oh, okay, and he basically just says this, like, oh, you know, I didn't realize this entire time, you know, now that like just hearing the rush of excitement I hear that Bison's back, like I realize now that, you know, it's my true passion, my true desire to, you know, begin a new age of madness and blood, blah blah blah. They could have done all that, but you could have also established, hey, here's what Vega has actually been doing since, you know, Street Fighter Five, and it feels like a missed opportunity to me to do it this way, basically, and that's my issue. That's my main issue with this, especially with Vega. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, that's why it bothers me, because it just feels like we could have gotten more, like by just doing Vega first and just not rushing to bring back Bison straight away. Like we could have built towards this point a lot better. Yeah. No, well. So what do I do now? Oh, I still gotta go to the lowlands. But yeah, no, 100%. Like Vega is so absolutely coming. Like it's not even funny. Like, in some ways, I'm excited because, like I said, I don't hate Vega. Like, I don't mind him. He's not one of those Street Fighter 2 characters I hate. To be honest, I don't hate any of the Four Kings. I don't even really hate Bison. Like Bison's probably like my least favorite out of the four. I don't hate him. I just think he's completely overdone. But like, I think all four of them are cool characters. Like Vega, Balrog, Sagat, Bison. I like them a lot more than like Dulcim and Honda and fucking DJ and T-Hawk and Zangief and Blanca. I can't remember if I mentioned Blanca already. Like, I like them a lot more than those characters, but you know, it's neither here nor there, I guess. You know, just what have you gotten yourself wrapped into now? I got a message from some bigwig that's supposedly ex-Shadaloo. I'm supposed to let you fight in this tournament. Don't got much of a choice when someone with that kind of pull is asking. Just between you and me, I'm supposed to fix the matches in your favor too. Hey, those details don't make no difference to me. Just come around at night if you want to get in on a fight. Cool. You've spoken with the man who's arranging the fights in Nishal. Yes, you will be joining the tournament there. One of your targets, Balrog, will be betting on the matches here. If you fight as I tell you, he will bet on you. When you win, he should take a liking to you as well. Got it. Oh, wrong way. Let's do it. Let's see how bullshit this is going to be. No, you're not actually kind of the person to go out and fix matches. Heck, I would when you get involved in this either if I had a choice. I guess we've both got reasons. Just follow what I say and there won't be any trouble. For this first match, try and fight without using any special moves. Oh, why is there bullshit like modifiers I've got to do? God damn it. No special moves. Sick. What? Oh, because it's the modern control, I must have just pushed the other button. Fuck's sake. That's bullshit. This sucks. Like, these stupid modified bullshit things, so dumb. I love how that such amazing game design and basically just stand in the corner and just mash X and you just win. Like, great quest design, guys. Like, super sick. Get around to half fatality before winning. You ready? Sick. At least I can use moves again. This is half health, right? The hell? Oh, Rashid moveset, of course it is. Fuck you, you fucker! I guess I'm on a speck of health. No, I'm on full health again. You're kidding me. I have to do all of these without failing. You're having a laugh. Oh my god, fuck this game. What the hell, man? What is wrong with Capcom? Yeah, I probably could, but in that last attempt, I didn't even have a second. Like, by the time I realised I was getting close, like, she just comboed me to death, so I couldn't do anything. I'll definitely heal more this time. If I can. I don't know if I'll be able to or not. What a joke. I can't believe I've got to do that. I've got to do all these matches in one go. What a joke. Oh, I start with half health. Can I heal? I don't know. I'll see how it goes, but honestly, with the way this game is, I wouldn't be surprised if they instantly fail me. Oh no. I honestly was half expecting them to just instantly fail me. How much damage? There's just no need for that much damage. Like what the hell? I despise fighting Rashid in World 2. I NPCs with Rashid's moveset. I fucking loathe it. They are the goddamn worst. Wait, what is that damage? What is that damage? Joke. Right, what's this third one gonna be? There's no way they're just gonna end it there. It's gonna be a third one. This time make it last. Go all the way until the clock runs out. Just make sure you still win. You ready? So I've got to win by timeout. What's the time though? 60's not too bad. Oh my god, man. Fucking hell. Oh, just stop blocking. You son of a bitch, man. Just. What? Oh my god. Fuck you. What a joke. This start was awful. I'll be completely honest, I actually don't know what the drive input button is on modern. I genuinely don't know what it is. I keep forgetting that even like drive impact even exists. Oh, why is there another one? My god. Just win. This is no bullshit modifier I've got to think about. I don't have drive meter, so I can't test that at the moment. But next chance I get, I will. I like how that was the easiest one, by the way. What a joke. I'll leave behind the cheating and focus on more legit ways of training. If I were you, I really don't give a shit. And here's Balrog. You the one that's been looking for me with the new leader of Shadowloo or whatever. Name's Balrog, at least that's what cool. Once again, couldn't read the messages. I don't give two craps about the Shadowloo ship sinking. Again, another Shadowloo boss says, oh, I don't care. Again, what has Balrog been doing since... This is the image I saw of Balrog. What has Balrog been doing since Street Fighter 5? Sat on his arse, counting money. Just the same shit he did in Street Fighter 4. Before, you know... But like, the same shit he did before... Street Fighter 4 between Street Fighter 2. When Bison died in that game before he came back in Street Fighter 4, this is exactly the same shit Balrog was doing, and it's the exact same shit he's been doing for 8 years. It's insane. Like they just made them both do the same thing they always do.
If you're looking for some muscle, I'll consider your offer. Just one problem. Word is, Ed's got his own thing
Cool.
called Neo Shadowloo. Not sure which side I'd pick,
That's good.
but cash does plenty of talking.
And that is the problem. The fact that this is still his main personality trait
You see him again at the lab.
is ridiculous. It's really shit to me because it should, you know, I don't know. I guess the fact he even second guesses is the growth, and I should probably look at it that way. But it's still disappointing that at the end of the day, Balrog would be willing to side against his own adopted son just because of money. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way. It is like, is all. Right, let's see what the whole text conversation was before it just interrupted me. Name's Balrog, at least that's what people called me. You made me a lot of money today, so I'll let you in on some stuff. I don't give two craps about it, and that's just the rest of what we just did. Right. All that shit's done. About the message you received from Balrog of Vega, you must inform this Bison, and once you have, ask him about his most beloved officer, the one who was not mentioned. That's funny that like Bison doesn't remember Fang, and Fang's just like, nah, he didn't forget about me. So these are the men known as Vega and Balrog. I know now one thing. Followers will flock to one who can hold the world in the palm of their hand. That is all that matters. Funny, is it not? Was there another officer of yours? Another officer? Yes, there is another on the edges of my memory. It's gonna be Sagat. Sagat. Poor fucking thug. Seems to be the name of one that disappeared long ago. It is of no matter. Those that wish to leave may leave. I require only those that I can use when the time presents itself. If there are none to use, I shall do it myself. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought. It's still not great. Yeah, that's all that matters. Sorry, I was just reading things. Yeah, it's not as bad as I thought it was. The way I heard things, it made it sound like it made it sound like literally Vega and Balrog were like, as I do this quest, like Vega and Balrog are behind me with like their Shadaloo suitcases ready to move back in and get things going again. This is more of a like, they're at least letting it, like making it known, like, hey, we're open to coming back. Vega is definitely more into it than Balrog. Balrog is a bit more on the fence. So I was not aware of how more on the fence Balrog was about it compared to Vega. So that's, you know, it's something. It's not as bad as what I thought. Definitely not from what I heard. But like, it's still not great. I'm still not like super happy that this is all happening so soon. Like, if this had happened later in the game's life, and if Vega and or Balrog had been added and we got some more from them prior to Bison coming back, I would have been happy with that. If we got this but without all the Shadaloo stuff, I would have been happy with that. But, you know, it's definitely not as bad as I thought. I'm not like, you know, flipping tables and going, this shit is ridiculous, you know. I definitely think just Bison coming back so soon is just like kind of killed a lot of my like motivation to take the plot seriously. Like, I just don't really care that much anymore, because I just know at the end of the day, I'm never going to be truly satisfied, because they're never ever going to, you know, carry on the story the way I want them to. So as long as it's not like so bad that it just makes me like question what the point of even playing these games anymore are, then, you know, I consider that a win at this point. The two men that I had you look into, Vega and Balrog, they were former Shadaloo officers. I felt their presence in my memories from this place. Oh, Sagat. Oh, and JP is there for some reason. They were no simple officers. Psycho power. I used its ability to bend minds. I turned them into cogs for my machine. It seems this was a system that Shadaloo had put into place, and I was also part of that system. Interesting. Oh, and there's Fang in the back. I didn't see it because he was behind the chat. Kind of funny. He's being Mike Wazowski by my own chat now. Interesting. I like how I like how Sagat's the only one not wearing the uniform. That's interesting. Interesting that JP is wearing the uniform. Vega kind of suits that uniform. I kind of like Vega in that outfit. I wouldn't mind that as an alt for him at some point, but yeah, I don't know. It's weird that JP's here. Like, to be honest, it kind of reminds me of that like meme where it's like Drake sat with all the football, like the soccer/football club members, and it's like the circles around Drake, and it's like bro thinks he's on the team. Like who invited blood? It just reminds me. Like, that's what I think when I see JP there. It's like who invited JP to the Shadaloo Four Kings photo shoot? Like, get his ass out of here. One could say I was Shadaloo itself. Without my full power, I am unable to fully grasp the full extent of its system. But I will regain that power, there is no doubt. Cool. Yeah, it definitely looked good on Balrog as well. I like how the like massive shoulder pads were kind of like torn off as well. It looked cool. Do you know who you are speaking with? I think so. Dullard. Perhaps you are preferable to one who would assume to know my identity. One who understands just what it is I hunger for as much better used to me. Where's Birdie? Yeah. Yeah, like, obviously, I mean, obviously Birdie was a grunt at the end of the day. I think it's, actually, I'm glad Birdie's not involved in any of this. I want Birdie to, like, fully be removed from Shadaloo stuff. Like, I know it was kind of been his thing since Alpha, but, like, yeah, I don't want Birdie like involved with Shadaloo stuff anymore. Like, two things I want from Birdie. Number one, don't want him involved in Shadaloo stuff anymore. Number two, please don't make him fat. And if you make him fat, just stop making him eat giant food. Please, like, I would very much like that if you at least did that. If you don't want to make him like normal sized, like skinny. Well, not so much skinny, but like if you don't like if you're intent on making him fat, like just don't make him eat food like giant food and giant donuts all the time. Like that's my only real ask when it comes to Birdie. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, like if he's fat, just make him cool. Like he was just a greedy dork in Street Fighter 5. How are you not dead? Oh, the hell. Yeah, he was dead. Played a cutscene. Oh, I only did one round. That's interesting. So many of you believe you found someone worthy of my power. That's funny that I can just summon Bison. A fool will never speak to me without purpose. The fools that remain in this facility look at me with terror in their eyes, but that way they look at me, that too will become my power. Show me your power. I don't really want to spar with Bison, but I guess I have no choice. Oh, so parry is R1, so I'm going to assume, yeah, drive impact is L1. Kill, I know that now. I will make sure to use that. Because I completely forgot what those inputs were in modern for me. Damn. Fuck. Shit. It was a cool move, but it fucked me up. He's not as bad as Akuma yet. I probably have jinxed myself saying that, but he's not as bad as Akuma yet. Never mind. That's gonna kill me. If I don't heal now. Yeah, that would have killed me. How does he block instantly? It's cool that I at least only have to do one round. Like, I don't have to keep doing 2 rounds every time with him. Like, I appreciate that at least. This technique is above some of your abilities. Take it. Power attracts more power. Do you understand this? Yes, that's why I was drawn to you. You are nothing but a gnat lost in the tempest of my power. You will make no difference on one such as me. Those who desire power will inevitably need one they can exercise that power on. Yeah, I will more than likely later, yeah. In that veritable underworld I found myself in, battles raged on in an endless storm. Power spoke more than words. And so I pursued that power. I wrested it from the hands of those that wished to kill me. And so my organization grew, as did my power. And that is how power is gained. And then I shall face you. Yay! Oh, yeah, they're dragging this out. I thought I'd be at least 90 by now. I was so close to a perfect. Cool, I love how his super just won out over mine for some reason. Oh, nice. I'm getting on this. I'm getting on a similar level to him. That's cool.
Well,
Can you manage this technique? Yes, I think I can. Your time would be better used serving me than trying to chit chat. If you are unable to serve me, then leave this place. This power that sleeps within me, I have yet to gain full control over it. I have managed to restrain it, but a single error and it could consume me whole. But that is power, is it not? I could regain memories from the traces of power that remain in this place, and it seems there are many such places around the world. If I can regain those memories and that power, perhaps I will become my previous self again. Interesting, so they're at least opening it up that he could end up just becoming normal Bison again. Only so me should the battle be won while they are by witnessing. It seems I was the head of a large organization once, but that organization is no longer at my disposal. Subordinates will gather naturally with time. But what of you? Do you have the tenacity and skills required to be my subordinate? Okay, so he doesn't have Shadaloo yet. These are just like the last dregs of the Shadaloo, like remnants that aren't aligned with JP, I gather. I'm loyal at least. Ridiculous. Loyalty is of no more worth than mere garbage. If you wish to serve me, you must have a use above all else. I did not expect to bestow upon you this technique, truth be told. However it is, you must take it. It's time for you to face me. True, yeah. So who has the other half? Is it Rose or is it Ed? I can't remember. I think it's Rose, isn't it? Or did she get rid of it? Shit.
your time ends here. Be gone.
Did it? Oh, nice. I somehow managed to hit him. Yeah, Rose. Yeah, I thought it was Rose. I wonder if Rose will come back. I think I could see Rose coming back in this game, but we will be way later. Considering the link with Bison, she genuinely might be more likely than Manat, even though Manat's probably more popular at this rate.
You will learn.
This Bison fell after a battle with a number of fighters. However, I have no memories of such an encounter, but should I cross paths with them again, I shall cross them underneath my boots. A fitting way to pay my condolences to myself.
What?
What do I like, you ask? What meaning is there to such a question? I take that which I wish and destroy that which displeases me. Pray that does not one day come to include you.
One.
There was indeed a time that Shadaloo was synonymous with my power, and yet I cannot help but feel the idea of such an organization is constricting. Interesting. But now I am nothing but myself. How freeing it is. That's probably one of the most interesting lines of dialogue yet. The time has come, prepare yourself. I definitely get a feeling of there's like a clash between like the old Bison wanting to, you know, shit, he's destroying me. He's wrecking me. I do get a feeling of like the old Bison, he fucking kicked my ass, wow. I get a feeling every now and then of like the old Bison, like kind of peeking in and being like making him say and do things and think things that like the old Bison would have thought of, like, you know, I want to get revenge on the people who killed me, I want to bring back Vegan Balrog, I want to get, you know, all these things. And then every now and then you get the new Bison who's like, nah, I actually don't care about that, like I just, you know, like I just want to be me, like I'm not bothered about that. Like Shadaloo, like serving in an organization, not serving, but like working in a organization might be a bit, you know, seems constricting, blah blah blah. And it's interesting. It's like every now and then it's like on like the flip of a coin, it's like, or like the switch of a light. It's like two different like sides of Bison, like the old memories versus the new soul or the new power, like clashing. like kind of taking control of his desires and all that. It's definitely interesting. Yeah, it's starting to get hard now. Hopefully I'm only like a couple away from finishing, because I'm desperate to finish. This is actually longer than the Akuma stream was. In case anybody was wondering. The Akuma stream was just under 5 hours, and now I'm over 5 hours now, so... Yay! Oh, nice, that was actually really sick. And then I fucked it up by whiffing the EX fucking thing. Yeah, my OBS says I've been streaming for 5 hours, 11 minutes, 12 seconds. It goes quick, to be fair. It's very surprising. Like I started streaming about just like literally a couple minutes before 7 PM, and it's now 10 past midnight for me. Oh no, I have to do regular 2 rounds now. God damn it. Shit, wasting that. Sick. Nice punish. That's bullshit. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, fuck you. Yes, nice. I got it. Oh, what the hell? He's just countering everything now. It's bullshit. I'm surprised he didn't counter that. Oh, just kicking my ass. I can't get a damn hit in. What the fuck? My god, like, can I get a fucking hit in, please? Yeah, of course I knew. For a second I did that input, I knew you were gonna block it. Oh, what the fuck? No, fucked. I don't need that one. Oh! He actually whiffed that. I didn't think he was gonna whiff that. Oh, the amount of counter hits are actually pissing me off now. Yeah, to be honest, like Ed's style was especially like a lifesaver against Akuma. Like he was really handy against Akuma. Yeah, no, like it took a while, but yeah, like when he starts doing combos, it's like your health just is like whoop, just gone. I think even one such as you could come to possess such strength. You would make a fine soldier with an infusion of psycho power and a touch of brainwashing. Perhaps we shall find a good use for you soon. Oh yes, that was it. That was the last one. Thank God.
Never cease your pursuit for power, for it too shall one day be mine.
That was a cool line. I like that. Damn, we're done. Nice, leveled up as well. Yeah, that was definitely worth the like hour and a half it took me to grind the style. Thanks, Capcom. Totally couldn't have given me something good. Still slithering around, are you? You believe you have the strength? Sure to be. I can't right now. Oh, still has lines dog. Still slithering. No. Okay, you don't. Yay! I can leave now. Woo! We did it. It took 5 hours. 5 hours, 14 minutes. 15 minutes. But we have completed Bison. We got all of his stuff. I think the only thing I haven't done is his other 2 arcade artworks, but I'll get them whenever I end up buying the whole pass or something, probably when it's on sale. Oh, oh no, another text. I thought I was done. You made your report. How did it go? His most loyal, most fabulous, most terribly important officer was he mentioned? Yes, excellent. Lord Bison would never forget his most trusted. Right, that'll tell me the name. He mentioned someone named Sagat. Yes, Sagat. Sagat? Who cares about that bull designer? There was another officer. Another officer. Did he mention him? He didn't. I see. He's not of his right mind then. It is an imperfect rebirth. We shall move forward under this assumption. But regardless, you've done well. I will contact you again if I have need of you. Oh, that was great. I loved that. That was really funny. Oh, at least that was a fun way to end it. Yeah, so probably the next Street Fighter stream will be Terry, which will probably be a couple of months. Like I said earlier, I'll probably try and stream Evo. Join in one open event for 1,000 drive tickets. I might do that. How many rental tickets do I have? Nope, I can't check for some reason. Cool. What about the news? What's going on in the world of Street Fighter? Oh, my uniform when I was the almighty dictator of Shadaloo. I do not know what the future holds in store for the organization, but I do know that I will reign supreme over all in due time. Cool. Good for you, Bison. A profile. Okay. I'll have a look in a minute. Yay. All Bison's done. And then the 2 comics. Cool. Well, I'm glad that's done. Huh. A Bond with Bison 1. That was the first. That's the first Bison Bond cutscene, but it was the last one I ended up getting. Because you got it after, I guess, doing that cutscene. Yeah, that was cool. Considering this is the only costume he actually has that's not like his classic outfit or his new default, I think this might actually be his outfit 3, which I think would be cool. I kind of hope it is. Yeah, that's just Street Fighter 5 Falk. She's not any different in that. Yeah, no, I thought that was decent. Like, I definitely have my issues with it all. Bloody hell, I've been playing this for nearly World Tour for nearly 95 hours. God, that's depressing. Profile. No idea. Oh, it might tell me in the shop. Initial club slots. Huh, that's really weird. I just don't know how many. I just don't know how many rental tickets I have. Oh well. Yeah, cool. I'll leave things here then. I think there's nothing else to really say or do. Yeah, I thought that was decent. It was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. The stuff I heard the other day, I thought didn't sound great, but it was it wasn't perfect. There was definitely some things I'm not that keen on. There's definitely some aspects that I think were better than I was expecting. Overall, I thought it was decent. Yeah, today was a stream. I'll put that one on the screen for a bit then. Yeah, like I think overall they've done a good job with him. I think with Bison, I still think he's too early. I don't think I'll ever get over that feeling. I think they should have absolutely waited longer to bring him back. I don't think I'll ever get over that. I think they absolutely shot their own story in the foot. Really, I think they absolutely wasted the setting of Street Fighter 6 that they established at the start. Like building that world, like seeing all these characters post Bison, how they handled their lives once that that constant presence, that constant threat was gone, was really interesting. And like I said earlier, like when you had Chun-Li and she's talking about, oh, like I've done such great strides to just be more positive and do more good in my life since Bison's been gone, in memory of my father. Jury was so frustrated that she wasn't the one to kill Bison, but even then it's not even a case of wanting to kill Bison, it's just she doesn't know what to do with her life now. Like Kami is just so invested in her work because she's so determined to make sure something like Bison never happens again. Really interesting stuff, and it's just kind of like the fact it's already just gone now is a shame. And it is and it isn't, because by the sounds of it, nobody really knows, like outside of the Four Kings. Sorry, outside of the Four Kings. Yeah, outside of Vega, Balrog, and Fang, it seems like nobody actually knows Bison is back yet, like canonically. Which is a decent way to do it. Is an interesting way to do it. I wonder when that penny will drop. I wonder if we will eventually get more like World Tour main story missions and cutscenes. I think the fact they've not really talked about that or really mentioned that or done that already is interesting. Sorry, I was just taking a drink. But yeah, I think that's my only issue. Is like I know we're not there yet. I know the world doesn't know Bison is back yet, but it's like we know he's back. And I think that still gives the feeling of like, we know all this stuff, all these people being happy and all these people moving on ultimately doesn't really mean anything, or is at some point going to not mean anything, because it's gonna go back to Bison wanting to take over the world. Maybe they'll do it differently this time. Maybe it won't be the same. They seem to flip flop back and forth between Bison being like this being new Bison, and then new Bison being the old Bison, and going back and forth. They seem to be doing that a lot, and I think that's interesting, kind of playing the both sides of like, is Bison this version of Bison? Is Bison this version of Bison? It's just, we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see how it goes. I'm definitely interested. I'm definitely not as like Street Fighter is over, Street Fighter is dead to me, blah blah blah. It still is in some ways, because like this just, in my opinion, this just isn't where I think the series should be at this point. I think the complete lack of anything from 3 in the first game set post 3 is just a joke, and I don't think I'll ever get over that, no matter how well this ends up being written or working out. It's just frustrating. But I think, considering this was probably always, this was always going to be the plan, because these guys are just such big Street Fighter 2 and Bison fanboys, I think it could have been a lot worse. So we'll just have to see how it goes. Like I said way earlier in the stream, I think Terry and Mai will be the kind of interlude. I think they will be the pause. I think the base game Season 1 and Bison, were culminating in this moment. Like, this is kind of like, in a way, this is the end of Season 1. And in that sense, I do kind of wonder, like, should Bison have just been Season 1? Like, in Season 1 just be 5 characters, and Season 1 end, like, now? And, Season 2 be Terry, Mai, Elena, and somebody else, and maybe someone else on top as well? Yeah, I think that probably would have been better, because it just feels weird now, because you've got the start of Season 2 with Bison, but it's very clear that Terry and Mai are going to be the interlude, and then Elena is going to be the start of what sets up what's next, which is, in my, if I had to guess, probably G. So yeah, it's interesting. I do wonder, where they're gonna go with it, but yeah, I'm not expecting much from Terry and Mai. I think they're gonna be very much, just kind of like interlude fun stuff, just kind of teasing the Capcom versus SNK side of things, and then like Elena's gonna be the real shit, which I kind of knew from the start she was gonna be. So yeah, I'm just rambling at this point. I'm very tired. Thank you all for watching, people who did, even if you've stopped watching at this point and you've come back to watch the VOD of the rest of it. Thank you for watching. Obviously, the people who've remained here pretty much this entire stream, all 5 hours, 5.5 hours. Thank you guys so much. I'm always appreciative of the support and just general interaction. You guys have made what is a very boring process a lot more enjoyable, just being able to chat and shoot the shit with you guys. It's always fun. I always enjoy doing it. So yeah, the next Street Fighter stream will be Terry whenever he comes out, probably September. The next stream I probably do will probably be next month for Evo. I will have to work out how I'm going to stream things once the time schedules come out. I can time it a bit better and figure out what's best for me. That doesn't completely fuck up my my sleep schedule. But yeah, I'm going to leave things here. Thank you all so much, and I shall see you in the next one. Thank you. Bye.